everybody. My name is Cara Augustenborg. I'm an assistant professor in environmental policy at University College Dublin, and I'm also a member of Ireland's Climate Change Advisory Council. You might also hear me occasionally in the media speaking about the urgency of the climate crisis and how we're failing to respond adequately to it. And that is why it is an absolute pleasure today to get to MC an event that is about the positive elements of the transition and really focusing on the companies that are going to help get us to our sustainable future. I'm also delighted to be part of what will be a journey for all of us today to help imagine what that future will look like and how we will move to a new energy system and a new way of doing business. So this particular conference, Ireland's Sustainable Future 2023, aims to extend the view of our changing face of climate and sustainability in Ireland. And if those of you who were at the inaugural conference last year may remember that it was discussed what needs to happen across policy, industry, and finance. But this year we're going into depth on the major industry applications and the strategies for our sustainable future. So this includes discussions on the modality and the future state of energy generation, and that really implies greater electrification of our energy system and the wider economy. So we will discuss the high energy use industries and what changes they're already seeing from the point of view of the security of supply, price, and the carbon impacts. And then we will round out the discussion with sustainability as the new operating model. So that means that the way we do business and invest and govern will be driven by sustainability by default, which would be an ideal situation for those of us who are concerned about the sustainability of our future. So as was done last year, the conference also showcases the latest cohort of Accelerate Green companies. So there are 8 of them this year again, and all of them have a really exciting future ahead as part of our sustainable future. So they'll be giving short presentations throughout the day, and they're all available at the back of the event to speak with directly at any time during the day. We have a really jam-packed and fast-paced agenda. So we have the 8 Accelerating Green participants. We have 3 discussion panels related to energy and business, 2 keynote talks, one from Tom Donnellan at Bord na Móna and one from Professor Stephen Kinsella from University of Limerick. And in addition, we have the official opening by Bord na Móna and by Minister Derek Leary. If you want to follow along on the agenda, in your notebooks that you were provided with, there is a QR code, and that will give you access to all the bios and all the agenda, and also the sustainability plan for the event. And I will say that the conference organizers have spared no lack of attention to detail. They have thought about everything they could possibly think about when it comes to making this conference sustainable, and that includes looking at food waste and trying to keep that to a minimum, looking at packaging so that the packaging is more sustainable, and also looking at how you all got to this event today. So those of you who took the Sustain train, I think there were about 60 of you on there. Can you raise your hands? Yeah? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I heard it was really fun. So thank you so much to Irish Rail and to the speakers who took part in that and made that a really enjoyable trip. But also what that did is it allowed the conference organizers to know exactly what your carbon footprint was, so you made it easier for them. But for those of you who couldn't take the train, we've also calculated your carbon footprint, and the organizers are offsetting those emissions too. So really, it's an impressive effort to make this event more sustainable. Another element of this campaign, of this event, which is quite exciting, is an engagement campaign that Bord na Móna is undertaking, where you, the audience, will select one of 3 projects for them to fund to the amount of €10,000 as part of their bogland rehabilitation. So we know that their boglands are being re-wetted as we speak, and it's a lovely story of change and transformation in Bord na Móna, and they now have 3 projects that you can pick from to add to that experience. So this is called the One Step Closer campaign, and these are the 3 projects that are rolling by me here that you can select from. So what you will do is scan that QR code either on the screen or it's also on the back of your lanyard, and pick one of those projects to vote on that you think should happen on the Bord na Móna boglands, and at the end of the day we'll announce the winner. So you have until 3 p.m. to make your vote, and if you miss the QR code, that will be scrolling stalling during all the breaks too, so you can come up and do it then. So before we move on to the official opening of the day, just a little bit of housekeeping. Obviously, if you could turn your phones to silent or turn them off, that would be very helpful to the speakers. If there is an emergency, please exit to the outside of the building over here. And bathrooms, of course, are back where the coffees were being served when you came in there if you need to use the facilities. And the hashtag for this event, if you want to talk about it on social media, is ISF23. So now I'd like to invite Jeff Marr of Board Nimona to officially open this conference. And Jeff has been chairperson of Board Nimona since 2017, and it's been amazing to see the changes that have taken place in that time. He's also chair of SVP, which is a national audit committee, and the Bon Secours Hospital Group, and he'll open the event today. Please welcome Jeff. Thank you very much.
Everybody, sorry, can you hear me? Okay. Welcome everybody. Delighted to see so many faces here today again, and so many from last year as well. Minister, councillors, delegates, guests and Accelerate Green alumni. I'm delighted to be back again with you at Ireland's Sustainable Future Conference 2023, our second Accelerate Green Conference. In 2018, Board Nimona commenced our Brown to Green's journey. We commenced a rapid journey of decarbonisation to decarbonise our business, and we put sustainability at the heart of everything we did. Today, Board Nimona is a thriving renewable energy and climate solutions company that is going from strength to strength. In saying that, I also have to recognise that the last couple of years have been very challenging, which involved major culture change, introducing a wide range of new skills, and a whole range of right-sizing of the company from top to bottom. And again, just want to acknowledge and thank Tom and the management team for their leadership in getting that done and going on that road, and also to the employees right across the group for their willingness to accept change and to go with what we were actually doing. We commenced our Accelerate Green programme last year, and today 25 companies have come through the programme and pre-accelerator programme since inception. I'm delighted to be here with you today to showcase the latest cohort of Accelerate companies for whom we see a very exciting and profitable future. I'll just name the 8 companies and give you an idea of what they actually do. Nanobox develops novel water technology that provides an energy-efficient way of oxygenating water from chemical-free cleaning and sanitisation with nanobubbles. Hybrid Design, an automotive design engineering company that designs sustainable renewable alternatives to diesel powertrains in off-road and specialty vehicles. Hub 360, a software platform that optimises logistics with particular focus on reducing carbon emissions. Happy Earth brings together medical-grade functional compostables with SDG measurement for healthcare, a compostable medical waste solution and other pipeline products. Superfry delivers sustainable smart resource management solutions through technology, empowering enterprises and connecting cities. NEGA Carbon delivers technologies that capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere using renewable energy. EC Charging, a well-established Irish manufacturer of end-to-end electric vehicle charging equipment. And finally, CW Applied offers design, manufacturing and distribution services to facilitate successful electronic and IoT-enabled innovation, in addition to reimagining electronic manufacturing to satisfy the demands of an evolving market. These companies are delivering some of Ireland's newest sustainable innovations and creating climate-focused solutions for a variety of industries in Ireland and internationally. We wish each and every one of them every success for the future in their businesses. Our Accelerate Green programme and the continued expansion of our Green Innovator Network across Ireland play an important part in the wider national effort to support a more sustainable future for Ireland and ultimately helped to reach our 2030 and 2050 emissions targets. Our inaugural conference last year discussed what needed to happen across policy, industry and finance. Today's conference extends our view of the changing face of climate and sustainability in Ireland, and we will look at the major industry applications and strategies for our sustainable future. Today we will hear from experts on current modality and future state of energy generation, which implies greater levels of electrification of the wider economy, high energy using industries and what changes that they are already seeing from the point of view of security of supply, price and carbon effects, sustainability as the new operating model, the way businesses are invested in and governed are sustainable by default. Let me leave you with one thought for today. We don't have to engage in grand heroic actions to participate in change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. Each one of you in this room today can make a difference and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. Thank you for being here today and taking the journey with us in terms of sustainability. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. I think that journey is really one that a lot of companies and organizations could aspire to take in a rapid amount of time. So it is an honor to get to welcome our next speaker. He reminded me that we met in 2020 when Fianna Fáil made climate change really a key pillar of their parliamentary party thinking. And times have changed. A lot has changed in that time, in that short amount of time. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say today. Minister Cleary is the Minister for Trade, Promotion, Digital and Company Regulation, responsible for promoting sustainable trade, ensuring fair and better regulation for all businesses, and that markets work effectively for consumers and the economy as a whole. Minister Cleary. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cara. Thank you, Cathaoirleach, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, I acknowledge my colleague, Deputy Denis Naughton, who as Minister in this space created many of the foundations for the journey, former Deputy Michael McCarthy, to councillors, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Bord na Móna, Tom, Jeff and their team, and the Accelerate Green team for inviting me to join you this morning. And I want to join with Cara in acknowledging Resolve Partners for their role in Accelerate Green, which is really exciting programme. I encourage all of you to engage with the alumni, as the Chairman has said here today, hear their story and learn from them. But I was really impressed by the fact that this conference has a dedicated sustainability plan. I think it's going to be the bar which every conference and indeed every event will meet as we all participate in the journey that Bord na Móna have been on over the past number of years. The significant transformation of Bord na Móna and its journey is a signal to every company that it can be done. And that is not, as the Chairman has said, to underestimate the difficulty of that journey. The challenge for Bord na Móna's board, its management, for its employees in particular, but also for its communities, because Bord na Móna is particularly rooted in community. But as we come to the next phase of that journey, it has got there. And it has shown the benefits economically and socially of that journey, and I commend everybody involved in it. And Tom, I'm sure, will go through the financials later, but when you see the impact as you go through the day and the discussions that it's having around its communities in terms of the journey we are underway, I think that's equally as significant. And Accelerate Green is a particularly good symbol of that journey of transformation that Bord na Móna has done. We now have a pipeline of innovative SMEs generally who are promoting green and climate solutions that are driving sustainable economic growth. The two of them are linked and the two of them are healthily linked, and these companies are showcases for that. Some of the ideas and the solutions are absolutely fantastic. EC Charging, a manufacturing company designing, developing, installing and maintaining smart EV systems, something that's going to come to all of our lives very quickly. the negate carbon, specialising in the capture, the storage and the utilisation of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Something that was very scientific many years ago, or not that long ago, but now is so real in all of our lives. And the team in negate carbon have made that very real, made a business and a sustainable business idea out of it. And each of the participants are diverse, each of them have different approaches, all to the same challenge. And all of us can be part of that journey along with them. Well, I commend Accelerate Green, I commend Resolve and Bord and Mona for having the ambition and the courage to actually get in behind such a programme like this. At a time when people were probably sceptical of this agenda, because of Accelerate Green, we were getting greater commercial acceptance and showing it can be done, showing it can be done in the regions as well as in our capital city, and showing it can be done with the championship of a company that is one of our most traditional yet dynamic and innovative companies. Cara touched on our journey as a country, and we are generally thought of as a green country, but now it's time to live up to that label, and we don't have a choice. And we have laid the foundations over the past 3 years in terms of government, and now we need to bring business and civil society on that agenda with us. Sustainability is an important economic and environmental argument, but it's actually a life argument now, and we can no longer dodge the question or dodge the hard decisions that need to be taken. Today we're focused on the business and the economic side of it, and for business we are going to have to change everything about business, the way we do business, the way we produce, the way we consume goods and services, how we measure our inputs, how we measure our outputs, and inputs and outputs as we understand them today are going to change fundamentally. And we have laid out in our white paper on enterprise, which will guide policy between now and 2030, that sustainability is to the fore and to the heart of enterprise policy. And we do that on the basis that we don't see climate action as a threat to our competitiveness. Actually, the risk is that we don't take action. The risk is that we ignore it. And if we don't take action, if we ignore it, that will harm our competitiveness as an island nation. That will harm our competitiveness as an economy and will absolutely harm and destroy our society. Economic opportunity and climate change are fundamentally intertwined in the context of discussions we're having here today. And we have committed that by the end of this decade, and a decade sounds like a long period, you're only talking 6 years, 6.5 years to be very precise, we're going to halve our emissions from where they were 5 years ago. Most of you in this room understand what's involved in that, and most of you understand the journey that's going to be involved in that. For manufacturing sector, we're requiring and demanding that manufacturing will reduce emissions by 35% between now and 6.5 years' time, 2030. Agriculture gets all the focus and all the headlines, but the demand and the pressure on business and enterprise is going to be equally as challenging. And in the non-residential built environment, so your offices, your factories, your warehouses, your shops, we're going to reduce emissions by 45%. So we've all got to work together on this. We've all got to come together. We've all got to work with companies such as those we're highlighting here today as to how we do it sustainably, how we do it with an ambition. And let's not go in with fear. Let's go in with ambition, embrace it, embrace the opportunities that it's going to give to our business, and be absolutely 100% behind it. Each community needs to be involved as well, and that will be a challenge. And as businesses, you are based in communities, you're rooted in communities, and you can lead the argument in your communities by being the flagship of the journey and the flagship of the change. Offshore wind and onshore opportunities are still crucial. I attended a number of weeks ago the European Offshore Wind Conference in Copenhagen with some of our leading companies in this space as to what we need to do to fully realise the ambitions that we have to use the seas off our island, in particular the Atlantic, to fulfil our targets here. And again, there are many opportunities and many business opportunities. We want to ensure that the opportunities available to commercial companies are also reflected in the communities that are around our offshore islands and our offshore coast, and equally that the benefits of onshore wind are reflected in communities and highlighted and celebrated in communities as well. The transformation is beginning with this establishment of MARA, and the staffing of MARA later this year will be hugely important to maximising our wind opportunities, and that needs to be replicated right across it. Government, though, can only do so much. We can lead, we can set targets, and we will do that, and we are doing that. Everyone in this room needs to join with us in the journey. Investors, innovators, business people, you are all part of this, and your customers, your supply chains, and increasingly your staff. The number of companies I've met in the recent months who are telling me that when they are interviewing, that their prospective staff are asking them about their sustainability policies is actually quite interesting. The interviewer is now being interviewed about sustainability and climate change within their company, and the brightest of talent is not coming to companies that are not giving the right answers in relation to this. So the whole collection of challenges, but also opportunities, is coming right down to business. And that's why today is good. That's why we take time out to actually reflect on how you're going to meet those challenges and how you're going to actually embrace them and hit them full on. And I think you will leave today with a very good sense of how you're going to do that, and hopefully infused with an ambition and an assertion that you're going to do that and lead the argument. This is a world challenge. You're not doing this on our own. And there is an argument made, well, what does a small country at the edge of Europe, what can we do? We can lead. Because we're small, we can lead. Because we're innovative, we can lead. Because we have programs like Accelerate Green, we can lead. We don't have to follow the agenda in this. We can be ambitious as world and global leaders in doing this. And that's what these companies are doing there. And also there are issues facing us in relation to environmental and social governance. You might be a small company and you might think, nah, this is nothing to do with me. I'm too small. You're not. Every supply chain is going to be challenged by your ESG requirements, by various directives that are coming from Europe that we are absolutely embracing as a government. And we will be rolling out information campaigns starting from next month as to each business's responsibilities. So no company, no matter how small you are, no matter where you're based, it can absolve themselves of the challenges. And that maybe could be a focus of next year's Accelerate Green Conference as to how everybody's going to be part of that. Banks, lenders, investors, everybody involved in your company's life is on this page and will be part of this agenda. So there's no more hiding in the sand and walking away from your own responsibilities, as well as being part of our national responsibilities. So it's challenging. Absolutely. And there's costs involved, absolutely. But as I said, the opportunities that are there for businesses are immense. And actually, many of the companies that are here with us, the Accelerate Green companies this morning, if you'd asked them 5 years ago, their products mightn't have existed. They mightn't have had the technology to do what they're doing today. So this debate is changing every day. This debate is moving quickly every day. And as a business, you're always looking for an opportunity to differentiate yourself from the competition. You're always looking for the stage that you can stand out on. And that's why another opportunity for you today to do that. This is a stage you will stand out on if you want to. This is a stage you will make a difference to your community, to your country, if you want to. Will it take courage? Yeah. Is it leaping into the dark? Yes. But that's what you're doing in business. You didn't go into business for a 9-to-5 job. You didn't come into enterprise for a 9-to-5 job and for a relatively safe existence. And yes, isn't it an amazing opportunity to be part of a challenge that changes not just your business, but changes your personal life and that of your family for the better, that of your community for the better. Because if it didn't wake you up last year when we saw spontaneous fires in the city of London, just across, not that far away, as to the reality of climate change, as to that this isn't some sort of dream, then I'm not quite sure what's going to wake people up. This is happening. This is real. And business has an amazing opportunity, but a very big responsibility to lead the change as well as leading the debate. So we will invest the money as a government, we'll invest the supports at every level of business, small, medium and large. We have a range of programmes running through our LEO network, through Enterprise Ireland and through the various support agencies that we have. And we will continue to adapt those supports, those economical and social supports, as the debate adapts and as the challenges adapt. We will adapt skills. We will provide new skills programs through our skills groups, through right around the country. We will be ensuring that the skills that are needed, that skills that Bord na Móna need today that they would not have needed 5 years ago, that they will be in place through Solus and through our ETBs right across the country. And we will also ensure that the skills that we don't know about today that are needed, that the skills in the industries that don't exist today, that may exist time next year, or may exist as the basis of these companies here scaling up, they'll be put in place as well. We will have a skills programme that is adaptable and changing. So Irish business can lead. We can be at the forefront of a net zero world economy. Some of the companies here today will stand on a world stage because of the support that this programme has given them, because of being part of the Accelerate Green alumni. And they will employ people who today might be preparing to do a leaving or a junior cert next week, or who might be finishing out a college degree, might be finishing out an apprenticeship. These companies will give them the opportunities to show their skills. And those people, in turn, may be the companies taking part in Accelerate Green in a number of years' time. And that's what we're celebrating here today. The ambition of these companies, the ambition of Bord na Móna, but also reflecting on the challenge that's ahead of us to complete this journey and to embrace this journey, and ensuring that we bring everyone with us in as far as we can. Because as we go on this journey, we cannot replicate the divisions that exist in society today, be those social, be those geographical, be those regional, be those technological. In going on this journey, we go on a journey of unity, bringing people with us, being realistic about the challenge that's ahead, but actually embracing the opportunities and being incredibly enthusiastic about those. So cogordagus go gach duine, cogordagus go dtí an foirne Bord na Móna agus an foirne resolve agus buchas as an obair agus tásúil agam go mbeidh láínta agah go maith.
Thank you, Minister Calleary, for setting the scene in such a beautiful way. I was reminded of UN Secretary Antonio Guterres' words listening to your speech when he was asked what needed to change to address the climate crisis. He said, everything, everywhere, all at once. And you definitely encompassed that in your speech. Our next speaker is here to discuss the Accelerate Green program and his role as a Resolve partner, and he'll be joined on the stage by two representatives of successful case studies in the program, Kate McArdle of Microsoft and Brendan Carroll, the founder of Epicensor. So David Scanlon, prior to working for Resolve Partners, spent over a decade working with Enterprise Ireland as part of the Start in Ireland program, and also working with NDRC, developing his passion and expertise in early stage accelerator funds. Please welcome David. Thank you. Yeah, there. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cara. Good morning, everybody. My name is David Scanlon, for those of you who weren't on the train down from Dublin this morning. As Cara said, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes just introducing what the Accelerate Green program has been about, the 8 companies who are going to be joining us here on stage throughout the day. This is the culmination of a program of 8 modules that they commenced in February with us in Bura, and they just finished up in the last couple of weeks. But I'd just like to reflect on some of the opening remarks there from Jeff and from Minister Calleary. Jeff gave us the line that we don't need heroes to achieve the climate targets. But I would like to recognise the vision of the Bord na Móna board and the senior management. Tom, the job you've done, and Jeff, bringing the board with you to put this programme into place. It's quite remarkable. And I know that Minister Calleary has left, but it was great to hear him say that, you know, he'd like to see this programme continue and to be back here for the conference next year. We'd be more than happy to keep helping out Tom in running this programme. So for Accelerate Green, at Resolve Partners, our DNA is building programmes to help companies achieve scale. And we've been doing that for many years. So we brought together 8 companies in Bura, and we brought them through a program of looking at what the opportunity meant. So we're saying, here's an opportunity in the green space. Can you transition into that as an SME, or can you target that as a new high-tech and high-ambition company? And we brought them through the standard module that we have done for many, many years, looking at what's the customer's problem, how your solution can deliver value, who's your competitors, what's that market look like, how do you deliver pricing, new for the program for us and for the companies as well. and for Ireland, because this is the first time a sustainability scaling program has been delivered, is to think about impact. So talking to those companies and saying, okay, well, what's your impact target? How do you measure that? Why is that useful for your customers? How do they think about that impact that you're delivering? How can you measure it? How can you report on it? And then we also bring in investors, financiers, people who can talk about how sustainable finance is changing how the world of innovation is going to be funded. So we brought all of those people together to deliver those modules. But we know that innovation is hard. I mean, the reality is, you know, we talk very positively and optimistically about these companies who are going to join us. The chances are most of them are going to fail. Innovation is really, really hard. And what we've come to learn at Resolve is that impact innovation is even harder, because you can't innovate in impact alone. I mean, no matter how talented you are, no matter how wonderful your product is, you can't get one entrepreneur backed by one Silicon Valley VC inventing a brand new grid and saying, everyone should use my grid now, it's smart. This is systemic change. And with systemic change, you need to be really good at collaborating. You need to be really good at building partnerships and co-creating value. So alongside building this program, which the 8 companies have been part of, we brought together a community of over 50 business leaders, scientists, climate activists, serial entrepreneurs, and investors to bring their expertise, to bring their learning, and to understand how those pathways to scale could be delivered by partnering with the right people. And I think the most important element of that was the work that Board Namona did. So we brought all of these speakers, we built this community, and it's really affirming to see so many of those speakers coming back here today to support the teams and members of the Accelerate Green 1 and 2 cohorts. But the consistent thread through all of the programs has been the participation of Board Namona. So Board Namona bring their sectoral expertise, people who own problems, people who daily experience the problems, who can say to the startups, that's not how this works in the real world. I mean, you know, that's a lovely idea that you've got there, but this is how my job, you know, pans out on a daily basis. Helping them learn and participating in the program. And that's been really, really powerful, really important. And we can point to many instances since the program started in 2021 of practical, real proof of concept and pilots that have happened between Board Namona and the Accelerate Green companies. And we'd love to see more of that and at an increased scale. But I think what's important as well is that's a two-way conversation. We think that Board Namona employees, stakeholders who come and join us on the program with the teams, they learn from the companies. They see how innovation can not just disrupt, but actually build pathways so that we can address these challenges. And I was reminded of that when we were doing the selection process for this 3rd cohort. And one member of the Board Namona senior leadership team who was on the selection process, after we'd seen a pitch, leaned over and said, how could we pass up an opportunity to work with a company like that? You know, and that's wonderful. It shows that passion to change, but it also recognizes that you've got to bring in partners from outside to help you to succeed. So I said that innovation is really hard, and we don't often get an opportunity to see a success. I'm down-talking my ability to help companies actually achieve success, but it's very rare that we get a very neat example of a company that we've worked with in the recent past who can come back and talk about something meaningful that they've achieved. So I'm delighted to be joined on stage today by Brendan Carroll, who is the CEO and co-founder of Epicenter, who participated in the first Accelerate Green program, and Katie McArdle, who is a senior program manager in energy and sustainability for Microsoft. And I'm going to slightly awkwardly scoot across the stage. I wonder will the microphone keep working? Can you still hear me? Marvelous. So Epicenter and Microsoft are joining us here today to talk about a project that they have worked on in the recent past. And I'm going to, as we always do at Resolve Partners, we're going to start with the problem. So we're going to ask Katie to talk about the challenge that Microsoft Ireland faced.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the introduction and the invite. So I guess essentially Microsoft are keen to decarbonise the grid and work with partners to do so. So with the increasing amount of renewables on the grid, this presents a big challenge for the grid operator in terms of the power supply always has to match demand. And if there is a drop in frequency or something, you know, that could cause damage to equipment or potentially outages. So data center were able to become part of this solution by offering a decarbonised solution to these, by providing grid services. Traditionally, if there's challenges on the grid, frequency events, spinning reserve, traditional fossil fuel plants or gas generators are called upon to rectify the inertia issues. However, by leveraging the batteries in the Microsoft data centers, we're able to use our grid interactive UPS, or uninterruptible power supply, to use the batteries to sustain those frequency events. So in this way, providing services back to the grid and reducing the need for the spinning reserve or carbon-intensive fossil fuel generation.
Okay. So for non-grid engineers,
Okay.
when the grid is imbalanced, instead of having to burn temporarily fossil fuels to achieve that balance, if you've got enough battery storage, you can balance the grid.
Exactly. So removing that need for those carbon-intensive fuel generation.
That probably is a lot harder to do than it is to say, though, right? To suddenly switch over to whole bunches of batteries and things.
Yeah, that's why we've worked with our partners in LX and Eaton and Epicenter. So there was a lot of innovation, and great to see that it came through the Green Accelerate program. So very innovative project. So probably Brendan can speak a bit more about that.
So
yeah, definitely.
Nice segue over to you. Maybe talk a little bit about what Epicenter does, and then how you were able to support Microsoft.
Yes, and thanks also for having me here. There's a weird echo here that I'm just trying to get used to now. Yeah. What Katie is describing there is an example of connecting up an asset that's not used 99.9% of the time and making use of it at times when the grid is under pressure. And doing that needs a new type of communications infrastructure. And it needs a communications infrastructure that allows assets like that become aware of the conditions on the grid and kind of make intelligent decisions about what they do and when they step in to help. The kind of traditional category of products are not suitable for doing that job, particularly when you've got many smaller distributed sites, maybe across a country or a city or whatever. So our role in this has been to design and manufacture the infrastructure, the IoT infrastructure that connects up these assets and makes them aware of what's happening on the grid, so they can, when they're not in use and when they're not doing their job, to kind of provide backup power to the data center, that they can be on call for the grid, that's our role. Working with partners in many projects like this is to enable them to onboard and connect new types of energy assets into this kind of new economy where everything is talking and working together.
So I remember when we spoke quite a bit during the Accelerate Green program, and you mentioned some of the key points there as you were describing it, but that the grid is not just that it's fragmented. It's it's a lot of old kit inside there. Some of it could be like 30, 40 years old, and it's clunky. It isn't that new design interface. It isn't easy to quickly connect together, patch, and it points to. And this was the follow-on piece. There is something that Minister Cleary said, is that the skills gap that exists now. The engineers, the system designers who had the skills to be able to turn those old pieces of kit into the kind of grid that is necessary for these kinds of projects. It's just lacking.
Yeah, so there is a rapid transition happening from kind of large, centralized traditional power plants to generation being distributed all over the place, basically, and driven by renewables and energy assets like batteries. And the types of products that are used to manage them and connect them up are kind of not suitable to make that transition. You need to, in my opinion, start completely fresh without constraints, and have a new set of kind of modern technologies to do that job and to enable those things to kind of participate in that new economy.
Thanks, Brendan. Katie, this kind of a project, I think a lot of people think Microsoft, they think at best some coders somewhere sitting in Silicon Valley building Word, Office 365. Taking on a project like this and having that sort of like skill set and ambition to do something, is that new for Microsoft, or maybe talk about that ability within the organization?
I wouldn't say it's new. We have a huge energy and sustainability team. We've got people focusing on power purchase agreements in terms of, like in Ireland, we announced in the last few months over 900 megawatts of corporate power purchase agreements of wind and solar, which our goal is to have 100% renewable by 2025. So we've got many different engineers, energy economics, analysts, different skill sets to achieve those goals. So it's not all just coders sitting in the office.
And then the process then of engaging with partners such as Eaton that you mentioned, and NLX and Epicenter. Maybe talk through that and where the project has achieved now.
Yeah, so essentially, I think back in 2020, Eaton, who are the UPS or the battery provider, they developed a proof of concept in Chicago, and then we continued to work with them and then another partner, NLX, who are an aggregator or a virtual power plant. So they're the sort of company that speak to EirGrid. So when EirGrid's National Control Center sends a signal, the data center can react and provide the frequency response. So many different partners, and obviously the EirGrid TSO. So that's how we were introduced to Epicenter via NLX.
Okay, very good. Maybe tell a little bit about the Epicenter story, Brendan. How did you end up in a point where you were able to provide the necessary kit, the crucial piece of technology to help decarbonise Ireland's smart grid?
Yeah. I've been at this for quite a long time. It has felt so. I kind of back in 2006, 2007. I've kind of grown up around doing this, kind of starting companies and growing companies and selling companies and building these kind of the technologies within them. Back in 2006 and 2007, it felt like there was an urgent sustainability or energy problem, and it felt like there was an opportunity to apply some new technologies that were kind of emerging to that problem. It turned out I was about at least 10 years off with my timing on that, and I would describe that period, probably a 5-year period of searching, and figuring out, getting used to the technologies, raising money, growing the team, quite fast, and then a period of guerrilla warfare where it was necessary to keep the company profitable and figure out where we fit in the world and where we could add value. And I think finally, what we do is kind of matched up to a market need and a very fast growing market and requirement for this stuff, and that's a very brief history of where I came from. So 5 years of searching, 10 years of pain, and we're on a very fast trajectory now, trying to respond to very fast growth. So. From the experience of being working with you on Accelerate Green, I know that there's a lot of darkness that's hidden underneath that lost in the wilderness, right? That's not an easy journey. This is the grind of being an entrepreneur, right? It's very glamorous to be sitting here on stage and talking about the success of projects like Microsoft, but you need to be able to keep working to see those opportunities, to see where you can add the value, and you've got to believe that you're actually generating that value as well. Yeah. Can I ask a question about growth at the moment then? Because I know that this is one of the successes over the last short period. You're doing a lot of work with NLX, particularly in the Far East. Mm. What's it like recruiting at the moment? I think finding good people is always really difficult. And they have to match up from a culture point of view, from a work ethic point of view, from technical ability, and that's not the same for every team and every company. I think if it's not difficult, you're doing something wrong, or you're not getting the best people, probably.
Okay, thank you. Katie, maybe just to finish, obviously this project that you worked on with Eaton around the grid interactive UPS, it's one element of the sort of the sustainability focus of what Microsoft Ireland are involved in. What other kind of big projects are you looking at over the next
Yes.
time?
So where we're going in the future is Microsoft have a vision to be, we call it the 100% zero goal. So we want to be provide power 100% renewable for 100% of the time with zero carbon emissions. So that is a challenge and a journey, and we call it a vision because we're going to have to work with partners to achieve those goals. Essentially, it means we'll have hourly matching on the grid. So we've developed platforms, digital platforms. We've worked with partners such as Vattenfall in our data centers in Sweden, where we can match the energy so we can demonstrate hourly by hourly that it's renewable. So this, we hope, will sort of encourage others to be stimulated to develop batteries. It'll hopefully develop market signals to provide incentives for large-scale battery development so that the batteries can store the renewable energy and provide that energy back to the grid in the times when it's not windy or it's not sunny. So looking at many things, we're transitioning to HVO, hydrogenated vegetable oil, instead of diesel generation as our backup, and also looking at fuel cells. So yeah, lots of exciting, innovative projects keeping us all busy.
Okay, well, I know that definitely one of our speakers' eyes, two of our speakers' eyes just lit up when you mentioned those two projects.
Great.
So you've opened the floodgates with Epicenter and Accelerate Green, and I think that this has just been a really positive, story to be able to share about the outsized impact that a small innovative company from my home county of Limerick, just going to say it out there, we've another Limerick man coming on stage shortly, can have, and this is a global first, and it's going to be something that hopefully rolls out across many more industries across the globe. So I'd like to thank Brendan for rejoining us here on stage, and thank you very much, Katie, as well.
Thanks for the
invitation.
invitation.
Thanks very much.
So, thanks so much. My microphone is falling off. It's my absolute privilege to be able to welcome the first two of the Accelerate Green 2023 cohort onto the stage to talk about some of the insights that they have gathered over the course of the program since they started working with us in February. So I'm going to welcome Mike Keane from Hibber Design, and first Lisa O'Riordan from Happy Earth.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, mentors, and game changers. If we think about the word healthcare, we think of health and care. And yet when we think about the word hospital, we think about illness, uncertainty, and under-resourced. We want to help create a truly healthy health service. As entrepreneurs, we are committed to supporting the healthcare community on their journey towards a more sustainable sector, and one which ultimately contributes to a healthier planet. It is our service to the community and to the well-being of the citizens. Each of us here today knows somebody that works in a hospital or spent time there as a patient or with a loved one. Healthcare providers are extremely busy at their day-to-day. So when it comes to sustainability, we know that it is vital that we come with practical solutions for the front line. For us, this means translating policy and legislation into something tangible. This, we believe, can be achieved in three practical ways. By turning medical facility waste streams into a resource, we can remove the headache of how to choose verified sustainable consumables for procurement so that they can comply with the new environmental policies, and also measure the data so that they can easily report on their Scope 3s. Even though healthcare is traditionally regarded as a highly regulated and linear sector, these actions would bring the circular economy into the health service. In fact, we see cycles everywhere in healthcare, from the ward rounds to the drug rounds, and even ourselves are on the ultimate life cycle. Investing in sustainability brings profitability that extends beyond monetary gains. Let us redefine abundance and embrace the idea that profitability can coexist harmoniously alongside caring for planet Earth. The reality is, single-use plastics continue to be produced in enormous quantities in healthcare. Hospitals produce 5 million tonnes of waste each year, That is £29 of waste per bed per day. And worse still, only 10% of healthcare waste is recycled. We absolutely have to confront this head on. We need to look at ways to mitigate the impact of necessary plastic waste. But like many sustainable projects, there is a significant cost barrier. And let us be honest, nothing on the planet is as readily available as plastic. The cost barrier stands in the way of change because it fails to account for the true cost of the enormous amount of plastic used in healthcare. Plastic usage in these volumes creates more illness, the spread of vector-borne diseases, and the slow destruction of our ecosystems and wildlife. Sustainability is about meeting the needs of present generations without compromising the needs of future generations. It requires balancing economic growth, environmental care, and social well-being. Sustainability, things that we consume every day in healthcare settings, like gloves, masks, and aprons, are the things that create massive problems in terms of waste. So we need to imagine it another way. If you look at Bord na Móna, a company that has excelled in taking action at a critical time in their history, it is a company that is also deeply ingrained in community. They have evolved and restructured to match the changing needs of today. We envisage healthcare following a similar path. We need to move away from fossil fuel dependency and bring these systems of change to the Irish and global healthcare settings. The time to act is now, before we are swept away in a tsunami of plastic. Complex societal problems require solutions from every sector. By unlocking new pathways, fostering collaboration, and embracing sustainability, we can reshape the healthcare industry for the betterment of all. Together, let us create a future where our values align with our actions, where profitability coexists with environmental stewardship, and where healthcare becomes a driving force in building a healthier planet. Let us stand true to the medical practitioner's oath: first, do no harm. And we at Happy are happy to be part of that. Thank you.
Good morning. What would you think if I said to you that the fastest way that we'll get vehicle manufacturers to provide clean, efficient vehicles to us would be for us to radically change the way that we think about vehicles? I've spent over 20 years in the automotive industry, and it's given me a front row seat on what's really a three-way dialogue between the push of technology development from the vehicle manufacturers, the pull of our market demand, and the guiding hand of regulatory oversight. Now, cars are everywhere, and they perform multiple roles in our lives, from being functional common appliances through to offering status and lifestyle statements. And because we have these strong emotive ties to what's actually a machine, I think that we sometimes forget what cars actually are. So cars are highly complex machines, and they have to operate in a wide range of areas. They have multiple safety-critical systems. They have to operate for a long period of time, and they have to operate in every conceivable weather condition, from the Arctic Circle to the Australian outback. And on top of that, they have to do that with differing levels of build quality, with inconsistent maintenance. They have to do it in what's actually an almost uncontrolled operating environment, and do it with operators who are minimally trained. And for some strange reason, many of these minimally trained operators think that they're brilliant drivers. Now, I don't think there's any other machine that we interact with, let alone so frequently, that we could describe in the same terms. Would you lie down in an MRI scanner if I described it like that? So we are the market demand, and I think it's our thinking that puts limitations on how vehicles are engineered. 90% of all car journeys are single-occupant commutes of less than 40 kilometres. And yet, because we own the vehicle, we also expect that that same commuting machine can once a year be loaded up with luggage and with kids and the dog and with granny, and travel at high speed in a baking hot summer on a German autobahn before travelling over the Alps with a caravan. Now, that's not an invented scenario. Grossglockner is a mountain alpine pass in the Austrian Alps. It's 2,500 metres high. And in vehicle prototype development, the Gross-Glockner Caravan tow test is one of the most arduous simulations the cars have to be engineered for. So now let's do a thought experiment. Let's imagine that cars are not engineered for that extreme niche use, but instead they're engineered for that common 90%. So the cars would be considerably smaller. They wouldn't need the same power, they wouldn't need the same torque. The electric batteries would be much smaller because they wouldn't need to offer the same range, and we could charge them much more quickly, which in turn would put far less demands on the national grid. And because the vehicle is lighter, we would actually get more range back from that battery. So it becomes an engineering virtuous circle. The cars would look very different to what they look today, but they'd be engineered far more effectively and efficiently. So at Hybrid Design, we're taking that thinking and we're applying it to industrial vehicles. In Ireland, there are 600,000 commercial and industrial vehicles, and the operators spend over 3.2 billion euros in fuel costs every year, whilst emitting over 6 million tonnes of CO2. So the operators are being squeezed between exponentially rising fuel costs and ever-increasing amounts of emission legislation. But there are very few clean technology alternatives available for the manufacturers. And that's because there's no regulatory mandate to say that industrial vehicles have to move to electric powertrain by a certain year, as there is with road cars. So that means that the manufacturers just don't have the same push to develop that technology. And the reason there's no regulatory mandate is because the governments know that there's no silver bullet for the electrification of vehicles. You could take a diesel truck today and drive it from Cork to Dublin, and then tomorrow you could take that same truck and drive it Cork to Dubrovnik. Same truck, same technology, same solution. But that doesn't exist for an electric version. Now, how about instead of trying to engineer that diesel truck into an electric version of itself, we were to engineer vehicles with the specific operational requirements in mind? So at Hybrid Design, we're focused on the off-highway industrial vehicles. These are like quarrying trucks or airport refueling trucks, or even the tractors that are helping to re-wet the bogs. So all of these vehicles operate over a short range and they're depot-based. But more importantly, it's a quantifiable, known and predictable duty cycle. And that means we can engineer specific solutions for it. It's not the Cork to Dubrovnik problem. It's not this, or we know day on day, year on year what they're doing, so we can engineer specific solutions for them. Now, we know we're not going to get a solution for every type of vehicle, but we do believe that this is the fastest way to get to a national fleet average reduction of emissions. So at Hybrid, we talk about our solution being vehicle agnostic and operational specific. So now, what does operational specific mean if we go back to road cars? Very simply, it just means the journeys that you take. So I'll leave you with this. The next time you're thinking of changing your car, don't think about what car you need to purchase to do all of the potential journeys you might ever want to do. But instead, just think of your car as merely being one part of a suite of mobility options that are available to you. And then think about which of those options most effectively and most efficiently will get you to your destination. Thanks very much.
Thanks to Mike and Lisa, and also David, Katie, and Brendan. I think you got a good taste of some of the success stories from previous cohorts of Accelerate Green and also from the current cohort, and you'll be hearing from more of the participants over the coming hours. But first, I actually promised you networking, so this is going to be the first networking opportunity. It's going to be a really fast one, so you've about 15 minutes to get a coffee and get some food, but there will be lots more networking opportunities in the day. We have an hour for lunch, and we have a fabulous reception at the end of the event, complete with sunshine and drinks, so you will get lots of time later to meet and talk to people too. So if I could have you all back at 11:15 for our next session. In the meantime, coffee and nibbles and everything are in the back there for you to enjoy. Thank you very much. So our first session of chaired panels is called Energy Generation Will Never Be the Same Again, and I think our earlier speakers really highlighted that. I'd like to welcome on stage our panelists. We're chaired by Dermot Casey, who is the CEO of IRDG, which is Ireland's leading innovation network. And he'll be joined by Angela Larkin, the country manager of Ocean Winds, and also by John Riley, head of renewable energy at Board Nimona. Please welcome our panelists.
Oh, you have water. Good. Lovely. Oh, right, so we're live. Right, good morning. I think we'll probably start with introductions and probably start with Angela. So tell us a little bit about yourself and a little bit about Ocean Winds and your plans, because there's some what I would call very, very large plans in terms of energy generation over the next couple of years.
Oh yeah, okay. Firstly, it's nice to be here, and thanks Bord na Móna for inviting Ocean Winds here today. So my name is Angela Larkin. I am Project Director for Ocean Winds in Ireland. I've worked with onshore development for about 15 years now in Ireland, Scotland, also working in Spain and Germany for a number of years. The last couple of years then joined Ocean Winds as they identified Ireland as one of the countries they'd like to move into. So Ocean Winds, just for a bit of background for everyone here, is a 50-50 joint venture between ENGIE, which is a French energy provider. They've gone through their own transition at the moment. They're a conventional provider, but also globally would have onshore solar and offshore wind. And then a 50% owner of EDPR, which is a Portuguese energy provider. So both those companies came together in 2019 with the sole purpose under Ocean Winds to deliver offshore wind. So for us, offshore wind, we have about 16 gigawatts of seabed exclusivity globally. We've an operational site, Moray East in the Moray Firth, about an hour north of Aberdeen, which is just under 900 megawatts in operation. We have an operational wind farm in Belgium, and we also have a floating project off the coast of Portugal. So that was started off as a pilot project and then moved into commercial operation a couple of years ago. So it's a smaller scale floating project. And this year we have started construction in another project in the Moray Firth, and also we've financial close on 3 projects in France, 2 bottom fixed and 1 floating. So they're going into construction. And then we would be a seabed exclusivity in the US, South Korea, and also looking at other opportunities in Europe. Just maybe to give a bit of context about Ireland, we came here in 2019. I think what we saw in Ireland, that the government were setting targets. We've seen movement as regards legislation and the regulatory policy. So Ireland was identified as one area that we would like to operate in. And then last year we joined Bord na Móna 50-50 partnership in Ireland to develop offshore wind. So.
Brilliant, fantastic. John, everyone knows, and we probably have a slightly different audience in the room and know a little bit more about the recent Bord na Móna story, but everybody knows Bord na Móna traditionally, Pete Paquette's and thoughts about that and so on. But tell us a little bit about yourself and just the massive transition, the massive amount of investment that Bord na Móna is making in relation to renewable energy.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot, and again, delighted to be here this morning. And I have to say, well done to the Bord na Móna team that's been involved in putting the event together. It's absolutely fantastic. And so in terms of Bord na Móna, I suppose we're getting to the point now where I keep telling people we were the artist formerly known as the Peat Company. And you know, that in itself is quite remarkable, because this year, and peat has been so important to the fabric of the Midlands economy, so important to energy security in Ireland. So the fact that we have been, and let's be clear about it, we've been forced to move away from that as a fossil fuel. It's incredible to think that this year, 2023, will see peat finally removed from the energy mix in Ireland. And that's quite incredible for somebody who's been involved in the sector for most of my professional career, nearly 25 years. To see that happening is quite incredible. And I suppose when the company decided that this was the direction that it needed to move in, we needed to turn our back on fossil fuels and look to the future. The simple thing to do would have been to put the lock on the gate, to wind that business down in a sustainable way and put the locks on the gates and move on. But the company is an energy company at its core. It's been involved in the security of supply of energy for the state almost since the foundation of the state. And we have an opportunity to continue to do that in the context of renewable energy at scale. One of the big strategic advantages that we have as a company is that the 80,000 hectares of land that was involved in energy production for the state in the context of milled peat and peat for generation and peat for home heating, that land bank is infinitely suitable for the development and the delivery of large-scale infrastructure, energy infrastructure projects at scale. And over the last decade, I suppose as a company, we've dipped our toe into that water. It has been a challenging journey. It has. The acceptability of infrastructure, the acceptability of large-scale infrastructure is a challenge. But I think what we're seeing now is the benefit that renewable energy and that Ireland as an island sitting on the edge of the Atlantic has in terms of this brilliant resource in the context of wind and how we manage it on the power system and convert it into energy, so that we're no longer buying gas from wherever we're buying it, or oil from wherever we're buying it, or even coal from wherever we're buying it. We're using an indigenous source of energy to secure our energy future. And the fact that Bord na Móna as a company has found a niche and a place in that is fantastic. And that is, in my 15 years with the company, that's the evolution that we've seen with the company. And we now have a very solid €2.7 billion investment programme that we want to put into helping Ireland meet its energy challenges. The bulk of that investment will go into renewable energies. But I think it was very interesting this morning to hear Katie and Epicensor talking about the challenges that there are in pushing renewable energy, which is intermittent, onto the system and managing it. But the fact that Bord na Móna is at the centre of that transition nationally is absolutely fantastic. From my own perspective, I've been in the sector about 25 years, and we probably give off a lot at times about the fact that things aren't happening quickly enough and things aren't happening at pace. Sometimes I need to slow down and look back at what we as a country have achieved, what Bord na Móna as a company has achieved in 20 years. 20 years is a relatively short space of time, and it's interesting because the big target that we have out there from the country's and the global's perspective in terms of turning the tide on the climate agenda is just over 20 years away. And in the last 20 years, we've achieved a hell of a lot, both as a company and as a country in terms of the energy transition. And I suppose it's I'm a chemist by profession. I started out my career in the pharmachem sector, but the energy sector and the energy transition really motivates me, and I'm delighted to be part of it.
Great. Just briefly, Cara was just introducing myself as I came on stage. I'm the CEO of the Industry Research and Development Group, so we're a membership organisation. Bord na Móna, one of our members, over 300 companies engaged in research and innovation across the country, and with a large focus on sustainability and digital transformation. But what really struck me was listening to David earlier in relation to the need for collaboration across business, across society, and I think a comment somebody made at an event recently was, this is a problem so large that nobody on their own can solve it. Right? It's a societal, it's a systemic, it's something we're all involved in. So on its surface, the topic sounds like it's something we could agree on and be gone in 5 minutes. Right? The way we generate energy has changed forever. And sort of conscious of that personally, when about 6 or 7 years ago, my kids essentially said, "Dad, you can't put peat briquettes in a stove anymore because the planet is burning down," and we had to stop at that point. And so it was interesting to me that, and they were, so the eldest was probably about 12 at the time, but they were, really strong in terms of things that we shouldn't and couldn't be doing. So we talk about this transition and we see this remarkable future. But the reality is, it's not just electricity, right? It is transport, it is general heat, it's power. Like transport alone is 25% of energy demand. So is the reality, is that actually changing, right? Or are parts of it changing, but a lot of it is going to take a long time to change? John, and then we'll come to Angela.
Yeah. I think first of all, and you're absolutely correct, so much of the focus, the electricity sector in Ireland has decarbonised at a pace much faster than any other sectors. And the reason for that is relatively simple, because the technologies were there to do it in a relatively cost-effective way. Now, as we get from the point of where we're at today to squeezing the last ton of carbon, as I said, the last 1 million tonnes of carbon that we squeeze out of the electric power system will be an expensive 1 million tonnes. The last 500,000 tonnes that we squeeze out will be a very expensive. And the final tonne that we squeeze out could be almost too expensive. And we have to look at that. But one of the reasons that globally we're driving at the decarbonising of electric power systems is that we can see electrification as a vector to decarbonise, particularly heating and transport. So transport is one of the obvious ones, with the increase in the proliferation of electric vehicles. If we can take petrol and diesel off the road and replace it with electricity, that electricity must come from low carbon or zero carbon technologies, or we're defeating the purpose. So I think we are beginning to see more of a focus now on how we decarbonise those more difficult sectors. Minister Cleary made reference this morning to industry and how we decarbonise electrical or industrial processes, from the agri-sector, the agri-food sector, to the pharmachem sector, to the ICT sector, you know, big energy users in their own right. And we've got to look at ways that we decarbonise those. And electricity can be a solution in many ways. So I think, again, going back to the fact that how much the power system has changed in 20 years, it's amazing to think that 20 years ago, 60% of the electricity demand annually was met from a basket of coal, peat and oil. And only 5% was met from renewables. And that was predominantly hydro. And in 20 years, we flipped that on its head. We need to increase the pace of that as we move forward. But we'd be very confident that Ireland has the system, the resources, the technologies and the capabilities to see 90% of its electricity generated from renewables in a little over a decade. And if we're pushing on with electrification to the fullest extent we can, I think we will really make inroads in the other sectors.
Angela, your thoughts?
Yeah, just from an offshore perspective, I suppose, you know, the government has the 5 gigawatt targets for 2030, and they've identified where that is going to go on the grid, and then the additional 2 gigawatts of non-grid for floating for 2030. But for us, like, we have an amazing offshore resource here in Ireland. We've relatively shallow waters in the east and the southeast. A lot of countries in Europe would be very envious of that. And then when you look to the west coast, very challenging seas, but extremely strong wind resource. And we also have such a huge maritime area relative to our size of an island. But when we look then at the 2040 and the 2050 targets, which are huge, 20 gigawatts, what we need to see as an investor is looking is where is that going to be connected? How is that going to link with interconnection policy? As you said, with hydrogen policy, that's the longer term strategy we need to see. If you are going to deploy at that kind of scale for offshore, you need to see where your offtake, you need to see your end users. That's ultimately what you need as an investor, what we need to see. I think for the 5 and the 7 gigawatts, there is capacity there with EirGrid and the shaping our electricity, you know, the revision coming out this summer. But for the longer term targets, that's where we need the government, and all of us need to be looking, where is that going to be used? And if you look at what the energy demand for Europe is over the next number of years, like interconnection, that is something that we'd be keen to see.
Are we coming at this from the wrong angle, right? Because in some respects we're talking about taking the existing systems that we have and powering them with electricity which is generated by wind or solar or, you know, and battery backup and various other systems. Should we be thinking about, instead of, you know, having 2 million electric cars or 1 million electric cars on the road, having half that number of cars on the road, shifting people to public transport, shifting people to different modes of walking? Do we need to radically rethink our consumption of energy as much as the production of energy, rather than just say, right, demand is currently X, and if we shift to, you know, if everybody's an electric car, demand will be Y, so we need to produce Y. That we need to be we need to radically rethink how we're shaping society in relation to our focus, because there's a growing sense of urgency, which is great. But I wonder, are we just, are we literally paving the cowpath? Are we taking existing systems that are not necessarily optimal and just electrifying them?
Yeah, I think that is, first and foremost, the best way to solve the climate challenge is to reduce the amount of energy that we use. And I think energy conservation, energy efficiency is a core part of the overall drive to that. I think, though, we don't solve this challenge without bringing the public along with us, the customers along with us. And you can tackle the climate challenge, I think, in many, many different ways. You will hear people say that we need to completely rethink everything we do. We need to change our view to transport and how we use transport and how we use heating. We need to cull half of the national herd. We need to do whatever. I think if we come at it initially from that place, we're going to find it very, very difficult to bring people with us. In any walk of life, the most difficult thing any of us face is change. And people don't want to see their quality of life and the things that they do change dramatically. I think over time, if we're going to crack this thing, if we're going to get to net zero globally, we are going to see society have to operate in certain sectors and places in a very different way that it does today. But to me, that transition needs to be gradual. We need to get people to buy into it. I live in South Kildare. There's no point in telling me about walking down cycle lanes. I mean, but there isn't. There isn't. And that debate sometimes is what does annoy people. But telling me that I should really think about taking the diesel out of my car and shifting to an electric vehicle and shifting to a heat pump, I can buy into that. And I think it's a combination of all of those things. And the one thing that really gives me heart is that you could have had an event like this 4 or 5 years ago and it would be difficult to fill the room. It is incredible, and again, Deputy Cleary referred to it today, where sustainability and whatever sustainability means, and it means different things to different people, that's beginning to embed itself into society. And that, to me, is the starting point. And interestingly, the energy crisis that we're still in the middle of right now has brought home to people the reality of energy security. We've had an incredibly secure energy system here in Ireland for 20 years, relatively low prices. That's a debate, but relatively low prices. Energy's been quite cheap. Energy consumption has increased, and people didn't worry about where they got their energy from. I think what's happened in the horrible situation that's happened in Ukraine, one of the bright sides of that is people have really begun to think about energy security. And we may not take energy security for granted in the next decade to the extent we did in the past. And people understanding how they use energy, where they get their energy from, that's a brilliant starting point if you want people to start to think about sustainability in the use of energy and how they do it. So I think the world, and domestically here in Ireland, we see it as part of our public consultation pieces. People are a lot more engaged now about energy security and why we're doing these things, why we're building offshore wind. Yeah. I mean, the public consultation exercises, Angela, we had around the 2 projects, there was a lot of discussion in those halls about energy security and why we're doing this. That's brilliant, because people are beginning to understand better why we're doing these things. That's the starting point to me for that modal shift you're talking about, Dermot.
Yeah. And Angela, similarly, the same question in terms of...
I suppose, like, for us, we'd have seen like the acceptance of renewable energy projects change dramatically in the last number of years. Like, I've been doing onshore for a long time, and in the very beginning, I don't think we did such a great job as bringing the communities with us. And we have to learn from that now as regards offshore. But when we were doing our public consultation, security of supply was a big thing. Biodiversity as well came up to the fore all the time, and I was really surprised at that. Like, I was expecting, the visual impact or jobs would usually would come up, but biodiversity and security of supply. And maybe just to pick up on that, one thing I think we need to do as regards bringing people with us, especially for offshore development. We have one small project in Ireland, but we're going to be deploying a lot more. And it's really important for us as developers, also regulatory bodies, community groups, that we bring the community with us, that we bring that coastal communities with us, we bring the maritime users with us, because it is going to be a shift in maritime use for us here in Ireland. So that's really important for us. So you see that the communities see that the change that's happening, and they will buy into that, as well as then increasing our deployment of electricity. So I really wanted to say that here today. It's sustainable deployment of offshore, like what Bord na Móna have done as regards in the Midlands here, that when we're starting to deploy offshore renewable at scale over the next number of years, that we do it responsibly. We don't look back in 10 years' time and say that we accelerated it too fast without doing it with respect to our oceans. They also act as a carbon sink, similar to the peatlands. So what we do here, and Europe has huge targets of offshore development, but we need to do that in conjunction with marine protected areas, coexistence, and increasing biodiversity.
Yeah.
Dermot, just on that point, actually, because you mentioned the education piece, let's say, and what's happening with our children, and I completely agree with you. I have 2 teenage boys now, and they taught me how to recycle. They taught me which of the 3 bins I should be using in the kitchen. And we saw that in Bord na Móna back in the day when we were beginning to transition and change and looking at the large wind farms, and it was a challenge. Let's be very honest about it. It was a challenge. So we've developed just out the road from here at our Mount Lucas wind farm an open access. I suppose it's a learning hub, we call it, and it's been an incredible success because it's the young people of today. They're the adults of tomorrow. They're the opinion formers. So when you talk about changing mindsets, I think that's where we have to start. And we're very, very focused on that in the energy sector. We're very focused on it in Bord na Móna. We need to get opinion formers who will vouch for this new future and will bring us in that way. And there's no better way to do that than through our education system and through our young people. It's their earth, it's their future.
And I was struck by 2 developments over the last while. One was an announcement last year. I think the other was an announcement a year or 2 ago. One was by the Killybegs Fishermen's Association in terms of that they were looking at developing offshore wind. And the other was by Fexco down in Kerry, which is looking at offshore wind projects. So they would be 2 groups that are rooted very much in the community. Fexco is very much a Kerry company. It's an international company, but it's very much a Kerry company. And you would think almost that fishermen would be the traditional opponents of wind farms for various reasons. So that to me was a sort of a sea change in that. But I'm wondering, one of the things we were talking about previously was who pays for these things. So and we talked about so the price of electricity being relatively cheap, which will spur demand. So in terms of that transition, so you said I live in Kildare, so I can't really cycle. But if there was free public transport, you might use the car an awful lot less, or there'd be different modalities of things. So there's a lot of money required to make this transition at individual house levels, at company levels, and we see a lot of businesses have the money to invest in this. But so who should be paying in terms of this transition?
And this is one of the big questions, and I think globally, I don't believe policymakers, politicians, etc., the industries, the sectors, we probably haven't been honest enough about this. But let's be clear about it. You go back 20 years ago, as I said, 60% of electricity demand annually was met from coal, peat and oil. By 2025, that basket of fuels would be gone. And it's been replaced by something, and we heard this morning that managing wind and managing solar is a little bit different on the power system to managing those big centralised thermal power stations. It can be done, but there's a cost to that. We need to increase and expand the network. We can't connect 20 gigawatts of renewables, we have 5 today, without expanding the network so that we can carry that renewable energy, which is distributed across the island, to demand centres. There's investment required there. The energy transition will require trillions and trillions of euros of investment. It's that simple. And I think society does really need to begin to grapple with how that's going to be paid for, the way it's going to be paid for. Interestingly, because electricity has done most of the heavy lifting to date, the electricity consumer has carried the cost of that. You carry it in your network charges, you carry it in carbon taxation. The price of carbon is embedded now in the cost of electricity generation. And I, for one, believe that as we push electricity as a vector into other sectors to help decarbonise the wider economy, we do need to look at the rate-paying base for that sort of infrastructure development. There's been some very, very interesting commentary recently about using some elements of the tax largesse that we've got, the corporate tax income that we've got, into investing in infrastructure that will serve the purpose of helping that the decarbonisation of the wider economy. And it is certainly something that we have to look at, because the investment required here is enormous, absolutely enormous. And the customer ultimately pays.
Yeah. The only thing I'd add here is just when we talk about infrastructure, like ports is so important for offshore.
Yeah.
We can't, at the moment, as we sit here, there's no port in the Republic of Ireland that can serve offshore wind. So investment in the likes of Rosslare, Cork, Shannon, they're absolutely critical for long-term, the long-term targets in Ireland. We're doing a study at the moment to see what ports are available to us for our projects for 2030. And if you look at all the other targets in France and in the UK, port capacity is going to fill up very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And also the time scale that you need to bring the likes of Rosslare, Cork or Shannon to a point where we can use them, where the vessels can use them, it is going to take us 6-7 years. So port infrastructure is critical for us, but also you can look at it in a positive way for Ireland too, is in that if there's going to be French ports that are going to be at capacity, UK ports that are going to be at capacity, there is an option for those ports to service other European countries as well, like the way we're looking at UK ports or we're looking at French ports.
Yeah.
So just to add on to what John was saying, is just port infrastructure.
Yeah. And we're probably talking about the ships to service and bring the turbines and service the turbines and manage. So like it's the ports, but it's everything else that goes with that as well. Yeah. It's the whole of that infrastructure. So one of the things that then came up, John, you were talking about how the last million tonnes or the last 10% is going to be expensive, and the last 5% very expensive, and the last couple of percent, like, how expensive? So are we going to still have some, or is that going to be nuclear? One of the things recently is Finland brought its first.
You can't say that, Dermot. Special brancher at the back door.
So no, I think so. Look, it's and I know very little about it, but I'm looking at it. Right, Finland turned on a nuclear power plant, and the price of its electricity briefly went negative. Right, and there's huge challenges. France had to shut down its nuclear power plants because the rivers were running dry and it couldn't cool them last year. So you have, it's not as simple. Build a project, and the projects have massive cost overruns and everything else. But that last piece, if it's not to be, if we're not to go back to, we still need to keep 10% burning oil because we need that 10% because of intermittency. Right, there will be wind blowing somewhere on the planet, but we may not be able to get it, and we may not have enough battery capacity. So what is that last 10%? Is it nuclear? Is it back to the traditional fuels? Is it back to, there's a lot of talk about hydrogen and almost as a mechanism for storing energy and then re-releasing it again. So what mechanism do you think is going to, and maybe it's a mix, will plug those gaps?
Yeah, I think in the first instance what you have to look at is, in terms of, and we're very lucky here in Ireland, you come back to the wind story, offshore and onshore. Angela said earlier on, and genuinely, there are countries in Europe that would die to have the resource that we have in wind, which is infinitely manageable. Once you get the infrastructure in place, we know how to capture it, we know how to use it, we know how to manage it on the power system. So if you take Ireland, there should be no reason whatsoever with technologies that are in place today that we get from where we are today, where 40% of electricity demand is met from renewables, give or take. The other 60% will be flexible gas. The other fossil fuels will be gone. What we are going to see over the next decade in this transition is an acceleration of the deployment of renewables, wind, and increasingly solar, particularly rooftop solar, to take demand away from the grid, effectively. You can see that happening today. And we should get to a point in the middle of the next decade where 90% of electricity demand on an annual basis is met from renewables. The key question will be, what is the other 10%? And you cannot get away what Katie was talking about this morning in terms of managing the voltage and managing that living, breathing beast that is an electric power system. There will be a need for what we call firm backup capacity for the times that the wind doesn't blow, even in Ireland. Look at the bosses here telling me what's happened in the last 10 days. There's no wind blowing. We have to be able to manage those periods, and they don't just last for hours. So batteries can do something. We're talking about days and maybe a couple of weeks where we need to have something else to fill that gap. That will be gas, and it'll be whether other technologies come along in a cost-effective way to ultimately squeeze that gas out. What we're looking at in Bordemona is, first of all, how do we decarbonise that gas? So the use of biomethane rather than natural gas. The use of green hydrogen. It can fill that gap if we can do it cost-effectively. But I think as we see the acceleration of the decarbonisation of the wider economy, we need to figure out what will be those technologies, zero-carbon technologies, that will back up across the economy with much wider demand that will back up renewables. And there may even be technologies, Dermot, that we don't know about today. I'm absolutely not speaking on behalf of Bordemona here. This is a John Riley view. We don't want it in the front of the paper that Bordemona is developing nuclear.
CEO and chairman have both nodded. You're fine.
But if you go forward to 2050, when Ireland has to completely remove carbon from its economy, it's very difficult for me as a technical person to see how you get to that point where electricity demand, by the way, could be 3 times what it is today. 3 times. And the bulk of that is supplied by intermittent resources. What's going to back that up is important. So it may be something like nuclear fusion, a safe technology, that sits there and provides that baseload backup along with other flexible technologies. And I think there is no silver bullet. It will be a mixture of technologies. And the winner will be the technology that can do it in the most cost-effective way.
Yeah.
It's that simple. And that's why we in Bordemona have great faith in the hydrogen story. Again, it's a technology that's well understood. We produce hydrogen globally today for domestic processes, or industrial processes, I should say. And it's a gas, and you can burn it in an engine, and it could provide backup in a zero-carbon way because we're producing it from water using green electricity, so it's green hydrogen. When you combust it, there's no carbon, there's no CO2. The question with hydrogen is a question of cost. It's a question of cost. And we, thanks to the support of the board in Bordemona and our shareholder, we're moving forward with a hydrogen project just out the road here in Mount Lucas. Next year, we will install a 2-megawatt electrolyser where we will produce hydrogen as a clean green fuel source from wind in Offaly. And what we want to do is to learn over a period of years, where can that green hydrogen fit into the wider energy system? Does it work economically? Is it going to be too expensive? And if we can get that to work, and I really hope we can, in the context of the offshore space and the amount of green hydrogen that Ireland could produce. So if hydrogen becomes a solution to the global energy security and climate challenge, Ireland stands to be an enormous winner in that space. But other technologies, I have no doubt, will come along. Carbon capture and storage, for example. Maybe we will still be burning methane because we're able to capture that carbon and do something else with it.
I think we've got to be very careful about that. It's a bit like carbon offsetting, right? It always struck me as like the plenary indulgence.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge technically. I mean, if you go back 20 years ago, the electricity industry in Europe, as it was facing into this decarbonisation process, put a lot of faith in carbon capture and storage. Unfortunately, the technology hasn't really advanced at a cost-competitive rate to allow it to be stuck onto the back of thermal power stations so we can continue to burn coal or peat or gas. But I wouldn't give up hope on it. I think it'll be a mixture of things. That's what it'll be for sure. And who knows? Ireland may have to have that adult discussion about the role of nuclear power, but maybe in the form of nuclear fusion.
Yeah. Angela, in terms of any other thoughts on that last couple of percent or around hydrogen or anything, and we just have a few minutes left, any, I suppose, final comments then as we...
Yeah, there's an awful lot of talk at the moment, it's like globally, as regard linking hydrogen with offshore wind, and it kind of goes back to my very first point, is in with these large-scale targets and the resource that we have in Ireland, there has to be something other than just putting it onto the grid. And if that's hydrogen, there's probably people more informed than me in the room as in what percentage of green hydrogen we can get onto the network. But then you're tapping into transport and heating in a way that maybe the grid infrastructure can't enable us to do. So linking, even looking at, I suppose, the more conventional technologies as regards bottom fixed to a hydrogen strategy. And the chair earlier said this morning, it's all small steps. You know, you have to start with a small amount, start with a pilot project with an offshore bottom fixed, link it to hydrogen, develop from there. Small steps add up. We've seen that in the onshore deployment in Ireland here, you know, building just on regulatory, building on policy, bringing the communities with us. So I think that's the same that we need to approach with hydrogen.
John, any final comments?
Yeah, I think just to go back to that question that you asked, Dermot, about, you know, what do we need to do as individuals and what do we need to do as companies? I think we need to define in our own worlds and in our own space what sustainability means to us.
Yeah.
And as Jeff has said, each of us to make those small steps to understand, particularly about our energy consumption and what alternatives there are for us. But I also think that, you know, if you look at the challenges we have around security of energy supply in Ireland at the moment, because the economy has rebounded from COVID like nothing you've ever seen. It was powering ahead anyway. Ireland has become a global centre for the ICT sector, for example. And in terms of economic growth, and I'd have to say, I'm in favour of meeting the needs of our economy in a sustainable way, not deciding that we should stymie economic growth in whatever form it is to solve the climate challenge. We don't need to do that. We have the technologies, we have the resource here in Ireland. So one of the concepts that we're working on is how we help solve that challenge that the data centre sector, the ICT sector has, in terms of opening up parts of our land bank where we can co-locate large 21st century demand right alongside 21st century renewable generation. We want to be part of that solution in Bord-na-Móna. We have a very, very unique piece in terms of our land bank. We've got involved in a wonderful joint venture to pursue the offshore sector and the offshore space. We believe in the Irish renewable story, and we believe passionately that we can solve Ireland's security of supply and climate changes by doing one simple thing, driving at renewables.
So John's going to be moving from head of renewables to head of marketing shortly after this session. I think optimism is important, right? There's a lot of challenges ahead of us.
Yeah. We can say cull the national herd and that solves the problem. We shouldn't be looking at things like that.
Well, probably a broader discussion. But I think what the most interesting piece for me out of this is to say that, you know, we have the solutions to 90% of that energy transition. The last 10% is like any form of innovation. It's going to be messy. It's going to be complicated. We're going to have to, but we have the tools to do it. So, John, Angela, thank you very much for your insight. Also, thank you very much for what the companies are doing. Right, this is a fundamental re-altering society. So, look, fascinating for me to chat with you this morning. So, thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to Dermot for excellent chairing, and also to Angela and John for that great contribution. I think they gave us a great overview into all the potential issues around energy generation in Ireland. So now we're going to give you two more of the Accelerate Green participants for their small pitches, like you heard earlier. So the first one up is Teresa Keaty, and she's CEO of EC Charging, and she founded her company with her husband Matt over 10 years ago to serve a future EV market. She's also a very early adopter of electric electric vehicles herself, and I think a pioneer in this industry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to discuss a very interesting topic, electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging stations in Ireland. So if we can all imagine a greener Ireland where EVs dominate the roads and the air is cleaner than ever before. To achieve this vision, we must address two critical aspects. One, electric vehicle charging infrastructure and electric vehicle charging policy. A country that has substantial success in both of these areas is Norway. In 2022, 82% of new car registrations in Norway were zero emissions. Imagine if that was the case in Ireland. So let's look at how we are doing here. In Ireland, the rise of EVs present a unique opportunity for a sustainable transport sector. However, the current lack of electric vehicle charging infrastructure in Ireland poses a significant hurdle. Presently, the number of charging stations in Ireland is 2,500. That's publicly accessible EV chargers. We all know that that's insufficient to meet the growing demand for electric vehicles. We need to expand our charging network to provide widespread coverage and reliable access to charge points for all EV drivers. We also need to look at our EV charging policy. So as well as deploying electric vehicle chargers, a comprehensive electric vehicle charging policy is required. It's vital. Ireland's success depends on it. We need to electrify our transport sector. We need to incentivise private investment and promote consumer confidence. We must offer more tax incentives, more grants, and streamline regulations to encourage businesses and individuals to invest in electric vehicle chargers and buy electric cars. Moreover, implementing standardised payment systems and ensuring interoperability between charging networks will enhance the user experience and reduce the barriers to EV adoption. So we can create an environment conducive to EV charging expansion, and we can foster a sustainable transportation ecosystem for the future. In 2022, 15% of new registrations in Ireland were fully electric. Ireland's Climate Action Plan aims to have 100% of new car registrations electric by 2030. So, from 15% to 100%, we have a long way to go in 7 years. There are challenges for EV charging in Ireland. And while we have made great strides in embracing electric mobility, several challenges impede the widespread adoption of electric vehicle charging. One major obstacle is the limited grid capacity, which requires significant investment in upgrading the electrical infrastructure to accommodate the increased demand. Additionally, the perceived lack of charging availability, the actual lack and the perceived lack of charging availability, particularly in rural areas, deters potential EV buyers. Overcoming these challenges necessitates a collaborative approach from all stakeholders. So let's look at Norway again, and let's look at how we're doing compared to Norway. Ireland has significant potential to progress with electric vehicle chargers and to promote electric vehicles. Norway boasts over 25,000 public electric vehicle charging stations. This achievement is testament to Norway's long-term vision and robust policies supporting electric vehicles. In 2022, with 82% of new cars and 36% of new vans zero emissions in Norway, and 15% of new registrations in Ireland. If we embrace the Norwegian model, Ireland has the potential to rapidly increase its EV charging infrastructure and create a cleaner and more sustainable transportation sector. If we look at one incentive in Norway now for 2024 and even consider adopting this one, they've recently announced from the 1st of January 2024 they will implement a toll increase of 40% on motorways for non-EVs. We all know this will push more people to consider purchasing an EV. So what needs to happen in Ireland over the next decade or so? We must undertake ambitious actions to ensure widespread adoption of electric vehicle charging becomes a reality. Firstly, continuous investment in charging infrastructure expansion is crucial. And secondly, collaborations between private companies, local authorities, utilities is crucial to fund and establish a comprehensive charging network that caters to the whole island of Ireland. As EC Charging, we are the only Irish manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers. We've been in the business for 11, 12 years, and we aim to make the dreams of a greener Ireland a reality, where EVs dominate the road and the air is cleaner than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. I told you she was a pioneer in EV technology. Next up, we have Adrian Costigan, and he's Chief Commercial Officer at Negate Carbon, which was mentioned earlier today. That was formerly Trinity Green Technology. So Negate is an early startup developing direct air capture technology, and Adrian will, I'm sure, give you lots of information related to the conversation we had earlier. Welcome, Adrian.
Thank you, Ciara. Good afternoon, and thank you for the warm welcome. About 25 years ago, my father and I planted 50 acres of trees down home in Kilkenny. Now, to give you some context, that's about the size of 20 football fields. Now, it wasn't a popular thing to do at the time. In fact, one of our neighbours hasn't talked to us since. He was so upset that we went and planted on such good agricultural land. Now, those trees are now mature. And each year, that 50 acres captures about 2 tons of carbon dioxide naturally from the air. But therein lies our problem. If we were to use trees to capture the millions of tons each year to get us to our climate change targets, we would effectively have to cover the entire planet with trees. Now, that's not feasible. And therefore, we need technological solutions. And one of those is direct air capture, which we at Negate Carbon are working on. Now, it is a cutting-edge approach that allows the direct extraction of CO2 from the atmosphere. And that CO2 can then be stored permanently, either by sequestering it underground or by combining it with, for example, construction materials such as concrete, ensuring its long-term containment. Now, direct air capture is by no means easy. The concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is about 400 parts per million. So it's like taking a handful of sand, throwing it up in the air, and grabbing one particular grain while it's still moving. And that's difficult, and it's challenging. And yet a small number of companies globally have managed to achieve this, including Negate Carbon, which is a great success story for an Irish startup. But there's a catch. We cannot continue and business as usual and use direct air capture to offset our emissions. Direct air capture should not be used as an excuse not to reduce our emissions. It is one part. It is one piece of the puzzle. It is a part of the overall broader strategy that we need to take to transition to a more sustainable, low-carbon future. Now, direct air capture is expensive. It uses too much energy, some say. Well, it does have its challenges, but we've been here before. The challenges faced by direct air capture are very similar to those faced by solar power in its early development. In 1970s, the cost of a watt of solar energy was 65 euros. Today, it's less than 20 cents, showing that over time, innovation and investment can lead to affordability of new technologies. Big strides have already been made in direct air capture technology. For example, the incorporation of geothermal energy and waste heat from industry and from data centers, for example. The utilization of renewable energy sources to power the technology, as well as the development of advanced sorbents that more easily capture the CO2 and then release it using less energy. And I'm going to share a little inside trade secret. Our engineers down in Waterford in the last few weeks started working on a new absorbent material, and early tests are showing that it's coming out 50%, captures 50% more CO2, which is very exciting and really shows how quickly and fast the development of this technology is going. So like trees, direct air capture needs the right environment to grow and to thrive. And that environment takes the form of for example, supportive regulations and incentives by government, and positive policies towards carbon capture can lead DAC to become more cost-effective and more affordable, and therefore more scalable over time. So, like my father and I planted those trees many years ago for a greener future, and like the pioneers saw the potential in solar energy. We must invest in DAC today so that we can transition to our low carbon future. And on that journey to our new future, we should remember that the best time to plant a tree may have been 25 years ago, but the best time to take action is today. And thank you very much for your time. And if anyone would like to hear more about direct air capture or about our exciting pilot project that we've got down in Waterford, please do pop by our stand later on for a chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Adrian. I love that analogy about sand, which I'm definitely going to use in my talks in the future. So we have one more panel, discussion panel before lunch, and this one is about sustainability as the new business model. It will be chaired by Fiona Ross, who's also chair of Ireland's Public Transport Providers CIE Group and of Natural Capital Ireland, which is a group that's very near and dear to my heart because I organized their very first conference many years ago. And Fiona will be joined by Paul Price, CEO of Haven Green, and Dararka Dennis, partner at EY.
These are quite loud. These are very comfortable chairs. Normally when you're on the shift before lunch, you have to worry about getting people to their lunch, but given the level of catering at the coffee break, I think we could probably push lunch out to 3 o'clock, so hopefully you'll bear with us and we catch up a little bit of time here today. We're going to shift gear a little bit for this panel session, and having listened to some of the truly inspiring innovation, work, progress, projects, etc., that are going on in what is clearly a room full of the converted. And I think that both Dararka, Paul and myself certainly would see ourselves in that category. But we do different types of work and different types of jobs in the sustainability space. And the panel session this session here now, this morning, really is relating to business models more generally. So thinking about the extent to which sustainability is something separate or something at the heart of business. And unrelated to the session here this morning, Dararka presented to my CIE Sustainability Subcommittee. We didn't have this planned, it has to be said, in relation to a lot of our reporting requirements. So again, lifting ourselves up from some of the innovation and some of the very creative things that we've heard about this morning, and you can see around the room and during the course of today, and really focusing on how we fund these developments, how businesses and boards and senior management teams think about these developments, and how we embed them into our businesses. So the overall theme is really around sustainable business models. That's quite an academic term. There's quite a dry definitions of that, but we're trying to maybe today give you some real live examples, certainly from Paul's point of view, possibly in what he looks for when he looks to invest, and Doraka's point of view in terms of how she's helping companies report in order for them to be compliant from a regulatory compliance point of view, but also just her experiences of dealing with companies as they try to adapt it. But I'm going to let Doraka briefly introduce herself and then Paul, and then we'll just start with some questions.
Thanks, Fiona. Delighted to be here this morning. My name is Doraka Dennis, and I work in EY leading our climate change and sustainability services team. So the team works across a number of areas, advising clients on decarbonisation, on strategy, on plans, on thinking through how to manage that change and transmission. But what quite often happens is client comes with a very simple problem. And I love that small step analogy where they come and they say, look, we're thinking about this, we have a problem, what's the glide path to this? I need somebody to help me think about how to manage my business model because, something is not going to be here in 5 years' time. And that's why I'm delighted this morning with all the innovation, because invariably when I talk to clients, the solution mightn't exist, but a part of the solution might be there. So it's about thinking with clients, how do they manage the transition to a more sustainable business in a way that brings everybody along. So that my team would work very much in that space. And it's a real challenge, but it's also a real pleasure because you get to introduce people in organisations to each other. It's quite an exciting time, really.
And Paul?
Thank you. Yes. Haven Green Investment Management is the firm that I founded. We effectively went into existence with a regulated licence from the Irish Central Bank last October. It comes at the end of a 35-year career, hopefully the beginning of a new one, the end of a 35-year career in the investment management business, starting here in Ireland in the 80s, and then more latterly serving as global head of the business on the investment management side at Morgan Stanley for the last 13 years. So one of the ideas for setting up Haven Green was what I would have noticed, particularly in the last 12 years, was the amount of inbound investment management firms that had great ideas in the renewable space or in the climate tech space, let's say in general, which would really have struggled to actually get off the ground, grow and scale. So our role at Haven Green is to try and help those firms to go through that process. It's very much mission driven in terms of we'd like to make a difference in the next number of years with the team that we've put together, based out of Dublin, but with team members in Australia, Japan, across Asia, Middle East, and into Latin America. But the idea behind it is also it's a tough one because we see, even since this time last year, probably 80 ideas coming through the doors, and we're probably working with 8. So the screening mechanism is quite stringent. It's quite tough, actually, when you have people who are passionate about a project and then they find that this is not ready yet for market or something that we can't help to be a catalyst in helping them succeed. So that's a tough side of it as well.
Absolutely. Okay, Doraka, I'm going to go back to you and ask you that when that client comes to you and they want to develop a more sustainable business, how do they begin to think about their existing business and whether they fit sustainability into it, above it, below it, from the sides? Just help us understand the kind of framework that you walk them through when they try to become a sustainable business.
Yeah, that is the real question. So quite often what happens is you'll have somebody from, in an organisation that doesn't have a developed sustainability kind of strategy will come in and say, look, I know that my business maybe isn't looking at carbon the right way, and we have a challenge, or we've been asked a question, simple one. Client came in one day and said, I'm actually selling to somebody in Denmark, and they've actually asked me, what is my strategy? And I have no strategy. I said, okay, well, that's not maybe what you need to answer. Let's have a conversation because there are things you're doing. So invariably you sit down and you say, look, okay, this instance was the need to share the strategy through a procurement process. So sat down and said, right, well, we need to talk to operations, HR, finance, and determine what you are doing. And everyone is doing something, but they might be talking to each other. So it is about sitting down first and saying, well, what's important in your organisation? What's important in the ecosystem that you exist? And it's a concept of what's material in your space. It was a kind of a technical expression in terms of doing a double materiality assessment. But that's where it really starts. But invariably it is at the moment because somebody comes to your organisation and puts pressure on you, or the counter side is the finance question of I need to raise money, but they're telling me that actually they need to understand my green credentials and how does that work. And again, it's about working through. So it is simply about saying, okay, well, what's your problem? How do we solve that first? And then there's usually a journey of developing a strategy. There may be no strategy. It might be to answer that one particular pain point and then work through, okay, well, now that you have that pain point, can you see the rest of the universe of sustainability and how you're going to navigate it? So it's invariably a journey for with everybody that comes to us.
Okay. And again, a different question for you, Paul. Obviously you've talked about funding sort of early stage companies in the climate tech space, and indeed a lot of the folks will be here familiar with that. But when you think about the big pension funds, the big institutional investors, we're now seeing obviously a sort of swing against ESG investing, the threats and allegations of greenwashing and such like. Where do you think we are today in terms of global investing, the capital that is required for all of our companies to succeed, big or small? Mm-hmm. And then obviously then how it trickles down then to the smaller companies that are looking for investment.
Okay, well basically it breaks out on a geographic basis that Europe, Northern Europe, down to just above the Mediterranean belt is probably all in on this. So, when you think about pension funds and institutional investors in that space, they are willing to engage and entertain, particularly investment management firms that will come to them with a holistic solution where they can buy the firms that fix themselves, the firms that have great ideas that are commercially scalable and commercially robust. If you go to the United States, which is where that ESG terminology has become more weaponized, and you'll see a transition in that into much speaking more about sustainability and impact as a result of that. I do still think that there is a momentum behind that, and the Inflation Reduction Act has absolutely helped in the focus on that, and particularly in the green hydrogen space, as we alluded to earlier on, where we're seeing people going back to that whole electrolysis technology, which has been around since the 30s and 40s, now suddenly being reawakened in people's minds as to how can you commercially scale on that. So, but I think if you were going to do a percentage breakout of the investors, about 80% of investors in Europe will have some element of conscientious behaviour around their allocation policy. In the United States, it's probably somewhere around 55%. Having said that, if you went back 5 years ago, it was about 25%. So the scale of growth has been quite rapid. And I think it doesn't get to 55 and fall back to 45 or fall back to 25 again. And then Asia, I just think in Asia it's really not taking hold at this stage, too disparate. And I think that's understandable. These are emerging economies in a lot of circumstances. And in effect, adopting some of the policies, more stringent policies that we might have in Europe, will mean that they will never succeed as economies. So, and I do think there is a little element of that responsibility, and I know President Macron is following an initiative on this where, the global north has to think about paying for some of the growth and stability that can come on the emerging economies. So it's understandable that Asia is a little bit more hit and miss on this, and if you did surveys on it broadly, it comes in at about 30%. But mainly biased because of the Japanese interest in it, above all else. And Australia is a commodity-based economy, so this is something that's difficult for them to embrace. But you'll see some of the superannuations in Australia that are beginning to look at it. So broadly what we try and do is we try and connect asset owners to investment management firms that can actually make a difference, and that's a great way for us to do it because you raise a significant amount of money with an investment management firm, they can actually move the needle in projects. Or you find projects that actually can become commercially scaled and viable. It is important to note, though, that if you're thinking about pension funds, you're thinking about these big asset owners, everybody we meet, or most we meet that talk about individual projects explain to us that we're talking to the next unicorn. We're not, and in 80% of cases will not be. And I think the problem you'll have in trying to pursue those bigger asset owners is that they have to have a runway where they can put meaningful amounts of money away while also remembering that they're investing on behalf of pensioners. So in 20 years' time, someone walks into a post office and gets a decent pension because you didn't just embrace some missionary zeal or you decided to take on a project that didn't have a commercially viable outcome in the longer term, because that's the job of a pensions manager or any of these institutional investors.
Absolutely, and I think that as chair of CIE, I also have responsibility for the CIE pension, so that's a significant. Paul's going to be already talking to me about that later on, no doubt. But I do think when you look at some of the definitions of sustainable business models, I mean the word sustainable is what I think we all understand it in terms of climate friendly, but also sustainable as in it has a long life and it will sustain into the future, and obviously then give an investment reward that is appropriate to the asset owner's expectations, and that's something that we have to think about. But going back to Daraka, feeding on that point, if we look at, so your client has come to you and you've dealt with that particular issue in that case where they had to look at their strategy and develop a strategy and look at their businesses. But what I'm observing in some of the roles I have now is that reporting has become such an industry that the activity that will sit behind the reporting is almost getting forgotten while we rush to put in place. Now, it can't be forgotten because we have to report on something, but the burden of reporting, and again, I think it's really useful for the audience to understand a little bit about that. The reporting then drives Paul's investment decision and indeed the asset owner, so they're expecting to see, Article 9, they're expecting to see all the...
Absolutely.
But talk to us a little bit about that.
And that is probably the biggest bugbear of many in the room at the moment in terms of what they might have to do in the future. So I suppose, in the last couple of years, we've seen the European directive. Europe is the leading light when it comes to corporate reporting, when it comes to sustainability reporting. And I suppose the challenge for most organisations now is, even if you're not caught by the new legislation that requires very extensive reporting, you may be interacting with a party that is. So what's happening is, I suppose in the next number of years, 50,000 European companies are going to be caught by something called the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Really intense form of sustainability reporting is the politest way of describing it. But what it's forced people to do is actually look at biodiversity, water, pollution and waste. So I'm thrilled from that perspective because we spend a lot of time talking about carbon, but there's a lot of other issues. But what it has forced is an industry of people within organisations trying to pull together extraneous data. So the actual standards that are in place at the moment have about 1,400 data points that need to be reported on. Now, anyone who reports even on 100 data points would say that's a bit challenging. So it's a real exercise in an organisation to even discover where that sits. So that is becoming a problem. And as you say rightly, Fiona, that many people are saying, hang on a second here, we're actually on a journey to decarbonisation or on a journey in terms of biodiversity, and this is all getting forgotten because actually I'm only being asked to tell me where your target is, how your metric has been moved. So I do think there is a degree of caution required across the board to say, let's remember what the true agenda is. And my view is reporting is about telling your story, explaining what you've done and how you've done it. The one thing I would say is different to any other reporting that might be financial or kind of driven by a kind of regulation. This one accepts that if you haven't done it, you can explain, I am doing it, this is my journey and trajectory. So there are aspects that are mandatory and aspects that are voluntary. But it's all about saying, where are you on your journey? But it is very cumbersome. And it will affect everybody, because if you're in the innovation space and you're wanting to work with bigger partners, you're part of their supply chain. And what you do in terms of human capital, what you do in terms of pollution, what you do in carbon impact, actually need to be pulled through. So another story from another client. So they were working on a framework with the NHS in the UK, very innovative in the medtech sector, and they were in two different frameworks, working away, happy out, knew the framework was going to renew, no stress in the business, because each framework had certain requirements that sat alongside it. And they were like, yeah, no issue. And it was based on a kind of capital spend. The two emerged together. And all of a sudden, there's different criteria for that capital spend. And guess what? One of them was your carbon baseline. And they weren't informed that they needed to have it before. Now, they had done it in the background with me because it was kind of a journey. But it was just by chance that we had kind of got them to move along faster, because the board went, that's a great idea, yeah, we'll get that in place. Had they not, they would have had 6 weeks to do something that really was impossible to do in 6 weeks across the organisation. And that's an unpleasant place to be. That's not where regulation can catch you out.
Yeah.
And that's not, I think, great for anyone in the ecosystem from a sustainability perspective, because it doesn't give the right message. The purpose of the NHS was to make sure they're working with the right parties, but how it landed came across quite badly. And I'm sure there are many other frameworks and kind of organisations. I'm not having to go with the NHS, by the way.
Yeah.
But it just happened, literally like that.
No, absolutely. And even, I sit on the board of Network Rail in the UK in a similar situation where you look at their procurement or their supply chain, and whilst a well-intentioned policy decision at the board to only endorse companies right through the supply chain that could demonstrate their credentials for sustainability. Suddenly no one tenders. So you suddenly can't find anyone to do the particular thing you need done, or the piece of technology, or you can't acquire it at the right price. So then what do you do? Then do you not do it? Do you have to pay up? Do you abandon your morality, as it were, in relation to that decision?
And there's a new one called societal value. So if you're tendering in the north of Ireland, you have to demonstrate what your societal value is as an organisation. Now, that might be really easy for a lot of people in this room in terms of innovation and what you're doing. But it's a hard question to answer, and how do you frame it? And that's going to come in, I suspect, to the Irish government as well, because they quite like it, which is good in a way. But how do you frame it? So there's a lot of these things that are coming along that are just disturbing what I would call the kind of the wider agenda. Yeah. But I think the intention is to make organisations more resilient, because there is transparency and comparability for yourself, so you can make good decisions. So there is a connection, but I think there's a pain point that we'll live through as this is all brought into place.
Yeah. And going to you, Paul, I wanted to just pick up on that and then ask you a separate question, really, in terms of when you read these reporting, so in theory you'll be the recipient of these reports over the years to come, what sort of lens do you bring to bear? Are you sceptical? Are you believing? Are you challenging? Are you making kind of clear-cut decisions? Are you giving, as Doraka says, the benefit of the doubt, believing that the journey? So I'll come back to you with my second question.
Well, I suppose in an ideal world, you would hope people have good consciences and they run businesses well and effectively. But going through the financial crisis and seeing the outcomes of people's interpretation of rules that weren't entirely clear, inevitably people just arbitrage those rules. So that's really one of the big causes of our financial crisis back in 2006 and 2007, both here and globally. So frankly, I welcome the fact that we have regulation, we have uniformity, we have a standard by which we will be able to judge, both at a company level or the behaviour of an actual investment management firm. I think if you leave an arbitrage, and the earlier panel, they alluded to carbon credits, this is a great example of a fiasco waiting to happen. Unless we get to grips with the fact that there is a different standard in California to the West Coast, to the East Coast of the United States, there's a different standard in New Zealand. There is an entire carbon trading infrastructure developing in China. We just don't have a uniformity on this. And when you don't, what you will have is arbitrage. We had a manager approach us to say that they wanted to work with us because they had a very efficient carbon capture strategy. They didn't have a carbon capture strategy. What they had was a carbon arbitrage strategy, which meant that if we did work with them, you weren't saving 1 ounce of carbon, but what you were doing was making money on the fact that everybody was actually managing this inefficiently, and it created this arbitrage effect on a global basis. Now, needless to say, we're not working with them because, again, it goes back to that conscientious behaviour. I don't think you... if the outcome of all of this is to find a strategy that gets around the rules so that you can actually deliver something that is less than optimal from a planetary outcome, then it's shame on us, and we will have the next generation, the generation after us, and after that again, looking back and asking, why did we not take responsibility? So I honestly think that's regulation, and from financial services perspective, and as a financial services executive my whole life, normally we're talking about not having regulation, but this one is the unusual situation that I personally believe that we can't rely on the industry's conscience on this, because people will look just for the arbitrage moment, and that is just the human behaviour we've experienced for decades and centuries, if not millennia.
Is there a piece, though, sorry, just dying to cut in there for a second, because one thing that I kind of experience quite a bit is obviously every business wants to grow and make more profits and do better, to invest in whatever, in the business itself and in the communities they reside in. But there is a challenge that is really, really real as you transition and change your businesses, as you kind of take on new modes of doing business. You're not going to get the same return. And that's something that I see with a lot of boards and a lot of executives that say, Dork, I can't do that because I've promised that we're going to get a 7% return on capital because that's what we've always got. I couldn't possibly go back into the board and say it's going to be 5. That would just be trouble. And I'm like, well, you're still making a return here. It's just a slower return. And it's that, for me, the mindset of kind of the business community needs to change, because it's a bit like when I plant a tree tomorrow, talking to the plants earlier on, the trees earlier on, I'm not going to sit in the shade ever in my lifetime, probably, if it's a big tree. Yeah. I'm just going to have to see that tree grow. So there's a piece of me that says, as a business kind of community, as the analyst community, and across, we have to accept the kind of the portfolio effect of this sustainability transition. And if we don't, we're fooling ourselves, because money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul,
and I think that's quite important, actually, as a point. I do think this quarterly-based reporting that we have for all companies now creates a behaviour.
Absolutely.
And again, it goes back to the comment I made earlier. If you create a rule that creates a behaviour, it's not necessarily the best outcome. So if you're a CEO and you're being judged on the next 6 quarters of performance, you don't really care about the next 60 years. You don't care about the next 6 years. So from that perspective, it actually drives the behaviour. So I think, yes, undoubtedly we have to accept that there's a longer duration to the outcome. I don't think you have to, in the longer term, sacrifice the return that you're making. So if you take oil companies as an example, like we've had a lot of protests in recent time about, the stop oil, let not invest in fossil fuels, which actually, frankly, is illogical, because the answer is not, because it will still be around come what may for the next 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 years. What you have to do is just be a lot more sensible on how you ascertain or you get to the valuation on oil companies. So one of the things we did with one of our managers was actually really dig in on how they actually spoke to oil companies around net zero targeting, how they talked about stranded assets, how they valued those, how they got back to the intrinsic value of companies. And I think that's the way you're going to begin to change behaviour. You get a manager who has 40 billion in AUM, turning around and asking questions differently and explaining to an oil company, I'm not buying your shares because you don't have your 2030 target or your 2050 target doesn't compare with what I see with others, and your view on stranded assets is in our view, is an inappropriate net present value calculation. You nearly have to bring it to the unemotive terms that influence the CEO. And I think that that's part of that journey and that transition that we all have to accept in terms of the investment community, because they won't react. They will exactly, as long as everyone keeps saying, oh, you stay in your job because you have a 7% ROE, you will only target a 7% ROE. It's like natural, it's a behaviour bias that you actually create.
Yeah, and I just was reflecting as well that I think some of the oil companies, certainly the US-based ones, had their AGMs recently, and a lot of their climate initiatives were voted down. So again, and that kind of goes back to a sort of we've moved in one direction, now it moves a little bit back, and obviously you've given us some of the statistics earlier on in terms of where we kind of overall are in terms of big business's approach to supporting and funding and allowing some of these activities to take place with that longer term time frame. And that's certainly, directly what you've described is exactly the experience I have in boardrooms, is that everyone wants to do this, everyone is trying to do this, a lot of focus on the technical aspects of doing it, hence the supply chain and the SMEs and the technical improvements that we can put in place on particular parts of the business. But overall, if you're trying to refinance your debt and if someone's looking at you for a particular return or a particular investment decision, and you're trying to overlay, well, give us an extra 10 years or an extra 15 years for this to play out, you might get a good hearing, and increasingly we will get a good hearing, but at the moment it's still challenging. I just wanted to ask you, Paul, then, we've got about 10 minutes left as well, I just wanted to ask you, for a lot of the folks in the room, what do you, for the 80 companies that come looking for investment from you, maybe some tips to share with people around sort of, things to look out for, things that you see as being really strong parts of their business proposition, or indeed the opposite, the weaknesses that they bring in?
Yeah, I think anyone who has a business and has set up a business obviously has a very strong passion for that. Otherwise, you're probably not doing it in the first place. However, I think really, well, that's important to come out, the commitment of the founders and their zeal for the business. It's to be very careful that it doesn't turn into and feel like missionary zeal. Because at some point along the way, you are dealing with people who are trying to work out where the longer term return is going to come from in this opportunity, because ultimately, go back to my earlier point, not because they're just trying to make it on their own book, they're actually thinking about, if I bring this to a pension fund, will somebody get a pension at the end of the next 20 years because of the actions I've taken today? It's a bit like the planting of the tree. The actions taken today by pensions managers around globally are actually deciding on what happens in 25 and 35 years' time for people who will actually need to draw on their pensions. So I think actually the missionary zeal is the one that would, it definitely feels like that it requires deeper investigation as to what is the balance between when I'm hit with an inflection point of a decision in the business, do I make the decision on an emotive term of constantly chasing this down, or do I have to amend my model slightly to reflect the fact that this is probably something that's much more commercially viable on a go-forward basis? So there may be the element of compromise matters within a business to watch out for as well. The other is the whole idea of science projects. We're Resolve Ventures are partners here, and these are the type of firms that we like to engage with in terms of when they're actually dealing with companies, they're looking for companies to help them grow and build on their journey and learn some of these pitfalls along the way, and actually get to the point where this is something that's commercially viable that begins to kick off into a much more attractive proposition, either as an acquisition target or as a company in their own right. In the vast majority of circumstances, they are acquisition targets. So you're building yourself to the point of somebody being interested in bringing this in as part of a portfolio. So I do think the area of climate tech is definitely one that and back to the regulatory point, I think that's going to be an enormously fast-growing area, because people will have to work out how to do, whether it's the reporting or whether it's the actual accountability around your carbon footprint. Trying to do this in-house in smaller companies is going to get increasingly difficult. So any SaaS-based approach to this, I think, will actually make a huge difference. I think they are very attractive companies for people to actually look and consider. And we tend to talk in the climate tech space to a lot of managers. That's where we have to actually try to be much more discriminatory, because we actually find that this is a space where we get quite interested, because it does talk to a critical path of growth that we think has a catalyst for not just the company itself to succeed, but all the companies that can use that technology, whether it's satellite imaging technology, whether if we think about the re-wetting of the boglands, we have one company that we really like that actually focuses on the Scottish peatland areas and assessing what the carbon benefit would be of a re-wetting of a significant portion of those. We'll like that, not just because it's great technology in the company, but because, as people start thinking about their carbon offset, this is an opportunity to actually show, materially show exactly what that is. And I think they're the sort of technologies that I think, if you think about it, there was no need for them to exist 20 years ago, but now they exist, but they now need to exist digitally, and they need to be available quickly to companies to take advantage of those.
Okay. Switching gear a little bit, and back to you, Doraka, just thinking about the skills needed. So again, one of the challenges that we face again at boardrooms and at sort of the executive level in large organisations, and indeed then with smaller organisations sort of selling into us, is finding the talent and the skills and the expertise we need. I think it's for those of us who are more generalists or maybe come from a financial services background, as essentially all three of us do, it's being able to engage with and understand and talk the same language of a scientist, of geologists, of biologists, of people with biodiversity backgrounds and such like. And then how do we foster that and bridge that kind of skills gap in the decision-making process, so that we understand each other in order to make better decisions.
And it's one that's really real, because when you look at my team, they're biologists, they're environmental scientists, they're engineers. That is the only way that I can provide the services to my clients. Real challenge in kind of the traditional business organisation, because it's a different culture, it's a different energy that comes with, if you're an engineer, you want to know exactly what's going on and drill through it and get it right. If you're kind of a bioscientist, you might have a different way of looking at stuff. So I think, as organisations look to kind of tell their story, you do need to consider, one key person is actually a data scientist, because data is at the heart of everything. So we're already moving in that way, because that is the new gold. But absolutely in this space, you do need to think about, well, actually, within your own organisation, who is involved in the structure. Invariably, there are engineers, scientists, and all different types of backgrounds. So those skill sets, I think you have to kind of look and say, well, what do we want to have in-house? What do we want to have that we will use as a kind of a service provider? To your point, there's lots of different organisations that can help. But even what you're producing in the innovation space is really important. So what are the gaps? So I would say for many, it's that whole, the biodiversity space, there's very few. I know Aoibhinn Cawley is here, so she can stand up and give us an all-round of applause shortly. But there's very few people in that space who actually really know what they're talking about. And organisations don't actually, you're not going to invest in one person unless they're a very large organisation. So it's about thinking about, what you need as an organisation to tell your story, but equally, what are the gaps that are generally across large organisations? Mm-hmm. And you are right. Most of the time, my role is actually to translate to the board or to the finance team, say, well, this is what this looks like in kind of an English that might be more intelligible. That's not because I'm in any way brilliant, but I have the pleasure of working with people in this space. But it is a real challenge as you try to evolve your business and become resilient, because the resilience of the business is built on the kind of the financial structuring as well. I think Brendan mentioned earlier on, he spent 10 years of pain trying to keep the business profitable while he was germinating this really good idea, and that's not unusual in this space.
Yeah.
So it's just a thing to think about. What do you need and you have? I think most organisations I work with have unrecognised experts across their businesses who just don't talk to each other or are not brought into the same community. So what was maybe the finance team who dealt with all this is no longer the finance team, it's the ESG reporting team, and it has different lenses in the pillar and different skill sets. So that's maybe a way of thinking about it from a kind of corporate perspective, but from a kind of a innovation perspective, like saying, well, if we look at those three pillars, where might there be gaps or specialisations that not every organisation may want to have in-house, and what are the tools that we can develop to support that? So it's a great opportunity.
No, absolutely. And I think, just even looking at our education system as well, and that, again, is bridging the gap between those that are doing geology or biodiversity or doing environmental science, and that their time has come now into the kind of more traditional business organisation. And from your point of view, Paul, any kind of obvious skill gaps or challenges there?
Yeah, well, naturally, the financial services industry itself, our investment management in particular, it's an analysis game. So, expert groups are becoming more and more important, and you're seeing that developing as an industry. So people who can make commentaries on that and leaning into those. I particularly like the idea of if you're working with, say, a climate tech fund, where that has the expert groups in-house. It gives you a lot more reassurance that those eyes are on it. I won't know. I'll know that I like a story or an idea, but I'm not a scientist. I've no training of that sort. All my training is in financial services per se, or in finance. So I'm assessing the numbers, but the idea itself, you need a validation for that. It also is, going back to the earlier point, one of the more difficult elements of when an idea comes to you, and it's explaining itself, and you sit in a room and you're wowed by a science presentation. That frankly is just an interesting presentation. It's not an investable proposition. What you have to take it to then is how is this an investable proposition, and who should you speak to assess whether that is the case or not. So an example was, we recently had a carbon capture presentation which came to us through a number of sources, and effectively it seemed like a fantastic idea. Fit a filter on factories, take all of the offset down into a unit, create methane, power up that's then used to put renewable energy back into the factory, and then it all comes out again, and we keep going around in circles, and so it sounded great. And then we said, well, have you got a working model? And they said, we'll do a video call, and we ended up on a video call with basically somewhere in a kibbutz in Israel, which is, I would say, is a high chance this is going to be very smart. But the working capture was in the garage. So, if we had an institutional investor come to this discussion and get to that point of the diligence, I don't think we would have. Now, it could well be the greatest idea in the world. I just don't know. But what I do know is, and I'm actually going to try and structure that story and get people interested in it, it has to be more credible and believable at that stage to get them to actually move to the actual financials, and whether that's how robustly you can actually examine those. As well. So just by way of example, that science projects are difficult.
Exactly. Well, I've learned as much from our two panellists today, certainly, and I hope everyone in the audience did as well. Time is up for us, and we're going to break for lunch now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona, for fantastic chairing, and to our panelists, Paul and Doraka. I thought that was absolutely fascinating, and I particularly love the regulatory foreshadowing that you brought from my own background. But I think you gave us lots of food for thought to enjoy our food now. So we will break for lunch. We will come back at 1:40. So you will be directed by the staff to either one of two rooms, depending on capacity. So if you just head toward the back and enjoy your food, and I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you very much. We have a few more participants to give their talks later today, about 4 more. And we have 2 keynote speakers. And then we have a great networking reception at the end of the day, which will give you more opportunities for talking to each other and networking and enjoying each other's company. So if you haven't done the One Step Closer campaign yet, you have about 1 more hour to get your vote in for which engagement campaign you hope Board Nimona will fund. So for those of you in the back, we have a quick video I'm going to kick off with, but I'd like to get everyone seated and listening. So if everybody could come back, that would be great. Before our keynote speaker joins us, Board Nimona have put together a short video to set the scene for his talk. So we'll kick off with that, and then I'll introduce our speaker.
At Board Nimona, we're more ambitious than ever. Because proactive climate solutions are now more important than ever. While much has been done, we have much more to do. More building of wind farms and solar farms. More focusing on recycling and biodiversity. More investing in energy storage and hydrogen. And more supporting of sustainable businesses, creating more sustainable jobs. Because we want to empower more thriving communities to live more efficient lives and enjoy a more independent energy future. That's why we're more than Mona.
I love that, more than Mona. It's a great campaign slogan. So our first keynote speaker for the afternoon is Tom Donlan, the CEO of Board Nimona, and Tom became CEO in 2018. Before that, he was Senior Vice President of Global Operations with the global telecoms infrastructure company Alcatel-Lucent. Please welcome Tom Donlan.
Thank you
very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know you're all getting back after lunch, but I'm sure most of you recognize what I have in my hand here, and for those of you that are visiting overseas that are not familiar with Ireland, this is what's called a peat briquette, and it is quite an interesting item. It first started manufacturing back in 1940. The time of the Second World War, to try and, because there was a shortage of coal, and actually the technology was delivered in the 19th century, so it's quite old technology. Board Nimona has been manufacturing them since 1940, and we've literally manufactured trillions of them. At the peak of our manufacturing, we manufactured 250 million of these a year, which is quite a lot. And as someone said, if you were to lay them out one after the other, you'd probably get to the moon and back. Other interesting points about this product is that it is the closest thing, as you will see, to carbon. As you can see, it is literally packed with carbon, with CO2, which is a good way to store carbon. But this product is designed that when you burn it, it'll light for 15, 20 minutes, and then the carbon escapes. So you might wonder why I'm talking at a sustainability conference about such a product. Because today, the 1st of June, 2023, by sheer coincidence, by the way, we're retiring this product today. For the So the plant that manufactures these, about 20 kilometers from here, today, ceased production. So some of you will say, that's great news, well done. Other people will say, you know, what took you so long. You're 80 years too late because of all the carbon that has been expanded down through the years. And other people will say this is a travesty. And the what about strategy will be deployed, so what about we'll be importing briquettes from Eastern Europe? What about Germany has lignite? What about the Chinese, they're building coal plants? And I think as you heard earlier from the minister, it is incumbent on us to lead. And that's why we in Bord na Móna have decided to lead and go on this brown to green strategy. And the retiring of the peat briquette today, and we have to honour the men and women who built these down through the years and respect their commitment and hard work and tip our hats to them. We need to leave the past behind. And that's why Bord na Móna has reinvented itself as a climate solutions company. So it's the second last milestone on our brown to green journey. The last milestone, as you heard from John later, will be taken in December, when the last peat will be burnt in a power station to generate electricity in this country. So then, in December this year, peat will no longer be in the mix, and Bord na Móna will have nothing to do with peat anymore. So then the question is asked, well, what about Bord na Móna? What does that mean for the jobs, and what does that mean for the communities, and where does all this go? So I'm happy to report that we've been working on this for a number of years now, and we've built up a company that we believe is far greater and far greater in terms of climate change, far greater in climate solutions, far greater financially, far greater for the communities, and far greater for the world than we ever were in the past. And we've served the country well in the past. And I want to talk a little bit about those and to give you a short summary as to where we are. So there's 4 pillars to where we are in a climate solutions company. Clearly one is in the energy space. We're a renewable player. We're a renewable player of scale. And to give you a sense of that, we completed 2 of the largest renewable projects in the country last year. They came on stream, one in Mayo, one in Offaly. They came on stream in the last few months, delivering clean, renewable power at a fixed price, half the price of fossil fuel in these times of high energy, for 15 years. We're currently in the middle of construction of 2 more, so we're building about 2 large-scale projects per year. We're building one wind, we're building the first large-scale solar plant. That's currently happening as we speak. We have the plant which will come off peat at the end of the year. We're converting that to biomass, and the board has approved a 100 million investment. That work will start in the next month, where we will get that plant ready to be able to consume 100% biomass. And just as we're on biomass, 80% of the biomass will come from indigenous sources. Typically, we use sawdust, branches, so that we don't actually take the fillet of the tree itself. And we import about 20, so you might read that we are importing biomass. So we do import about 20% of our biomass, and that's from sustainable resources, and it's transported in a very carbon efficient way. And the reason we import 20 is we need a dry material to match up with the 80. So big investment in this power station nearby. We're also going to bring a gas pipeline there. It will allow us to bring biomethane and hydrogen to there as we go. We just approved in the last month a large-scale battery project, which will start to be commenced at the base of one of our wind farms. It's going to start construction shortly. That will allow us, during the night when the wind is blowing, there's no real demand, we charge the battery, and during the day we disperse it. So that's happening at pace. We have secured planning permission, as you heard from John earlier, for a hydrogen plant, which we're going to bring to market with a joint venture. And we're already working on a number of large-scale customers in the transport sector who will use that hydrogen. And in the last 12 months, we have revised our ambition, and we've decided to double our renewables output. So we're going to double the amount of renewable energy we're going to build onshore. So we were, which is significant. That took our investment from 1.6 billion to 2.7 billion. So we're going to be building that out at pace. We reckon that about 25% of that we won't get to between now and 2030, so we're looking to partner with someone to get that 25% built out. And as you heard earlier, we announced in the last 6 months a joint venture for offshore development of 2 large offshore wind farms off the east coast with Ocean Winds, who you met earlier today. So when you add all that up, we have an ambition, and we're on target to deliver between 20 and 25% of the energy of this country in the next 10 years. So a significant player of scale, and we build up a significant team of expertise in it. On top of that, we're developing a number of what we call energy parks, where we co-locate high-demand users with renewable energy and bring 21st century jobs to this region, especially in the technology sector. So that's the renewable space, and the renewable space will take about 10% of our land bank. We have about 80,000 hectares, about 10% is allocated to renewables. The other 90% is allocated to, we're giving it back to nature, and it'll co-locate with the renewables in a sequenced way. And we've been working on a project for the last 2 years called the rehabilitation of the peatlands. It's a large project. We're spending circa 130 million on it. We have about 15,000 hectares complete. It has gone extremely well. It's a major feat of civil engineering, hydrology, and so forth. So we're about halfway through that project. It's gone extremely well. We're seeing, and it's locked, that 15,000 hectares locks in about 30 million tons of carbon. So a significant amount of carbon is locked in. And we're already seeing signs that the bogs are starting to regrow. And when they regrow, they start to sequester carbon. And we're investing in a lot of monitoring technology to see if we can measure and monitor and capture how much of the carbon is being sequestered. Peatlands, as some of you may know, it's about 3% of the world land bank is peatlands, but it holds a third of the carbon in the world. So there's no better source in the world to store carbon than the peatlands. That's why we move away from extracting this peat out of the ground and returning these peatlands to nature so that it can store carbon and sequester carbon. Following on from that, we're seeing the return of biodiversity. And again, it's in a sequence way. So we have the renewables, we have the rehabilitation, the biodiversity has come. We're seeing amazing biodiversity, natural habitat return to the peatlands. We're seeing flowers, we're seeing birds that haven't been in the country for hundreds of years. We're seeing wildlife coming back into those peatlands. And so we're building up a mosaic of places of biodiversity, which we think will be a wonderful part of the future of the Midlands. And then, in order to capture that, how are people going to be able to see this? So we're working with Fáilte Ireland and the Hidden Heartlands to build out ecotourism on our total estate. And we're currently building a number of tracks and trails. And to give you an indication of that, we have about 100 kilometres of trails on our peatlands today. Over the next number of years, we will scale that to 500 kilometres of greenways, walkways, cycleways, areas of interest that people will be able to come and visit and see the biodiversity, see renewable energy co-locating with biodiversity. So that's a significant investment, and we'll be making an announcement on that in the coming months on the funding of that, because we want to do that. We want to do that right. The third pillar of what we're at is we continue to drive the circular economy. Some of you might know we are in the recycling business. We're the second largest waste processor in the country, and we continue to drive that business to eliminate waste going to either incinerator or going to landfill, trying to drive as much into recycling, working with industry on that. And the focus for us on the last year and this year is the whole digitization of that to make it smarter, because as an industry and the whole circular economy is something that's kind of lagging in this country. We see a lot of opportunity in that to drive more recycling and to drive more avoidance of the need for recycling. So that business is a key pillar of ours. And the last pillar of our strategy is what we call our invest and enable. And there's two parts to that. One is we invest in some companies, we lease them premises, and we set them up. The other is enable, and this is what Accelerator Green is to us. And we're really happy that we're back here again for the second year and the turn tranche of people going through the Accelerator Green. And you know, I don't know about you, but this morning I've seen some of their pitches before, and we'll see more in the afternoon. Like, these companies could stand up anywhere in the world and give their pitch, and they'd be credible. So they're you know, the technology they're proposing, the solutions they're proposing are, you know, I know are world class, and I know that word is often bended about willy-nilly, but they genuinely are, and we're really happy to be part of that, to enable that, and we'll continue to support that. So what does that all mean for Bord na Móna and jobs and finances and all that? So let me give you a quick flavour on that. So we continue to grow as a company. We're hiring about 100 people a year, and most of those are professionals, right? They're in biodiversity, they're ecologists, they're engineers, they're project managers, they're grid managers, they're renewables teams. So we're hiring about 100 people a year in the professional space and building up knowledge in those four pillars that we have. We've a graduate program. We have hired about 25 graduates this year, again, to bring in new talent and build for the future. We have a new apprenticeship program where we've taken in 16 apprenticeships this year, not in the traditional apprenticeships that you would associate with Bord na Móna in the past, but they're apprenticeships in the new areas that we have, either renewables or circular economy, and we're investing in the future for that. And if you look at the companies that we're investing and enabling, over the last number of years, we have leased or sold about 15 buildings that were surplus to our requirements when we got out of the peat business. So rather than letting them fall into decay, we repurposed them, refurbished them, and we have targeted companies who are in the sustainability business to go into them, not just anyone willy-nilly. Currently, there's about 250 people employed in those buildings that we've repurposed. And if you look at their job growth, they reckon over the next 3 or 4 years, they'll bring that to 500. So these buildings are being repurposed. They're back buzzing again. They're paying rates again. They're shopping locally again. And they're continuing to drive the local economy. And if you look at the Accelerator Green cohort, the first two tranches that went through it, they're up to now 200 employees in numbers and growing. So the whole sustainability space is creating significant employment. It's creating significant investment that we're making, and the results financially are very attractive. If you look at Bord na Móna alone, we closed our year in March. We'll announce our results in July. But we had the most profitable year we ever had in the history of the company. So sustainability pays. It's a great business to be in. We've taken the enterprise value of the company up significantly, so we're creating significant growth in value. So when we were brown, we had an enterprise value of about 400 million. We just crossed the 2 billion line in enterprise value for the company. So, and that's very important for us to be able to grow and invest and reinvest. So that's important for the shareholders. And by the way, you guys are the shareholders in this. So, you know, in conclusion, we've done a lot. Sustainability pays. It's a great business area to be in. My call to action to you is, you know, to continue to talk about sustainability, to continue to put your shoulder to the wheel, and don't fall into the what about trap. It's too easy to fall into the what about, oh, we can't do that, what about. So don't fall into that trap. And we look forward to seeing you again next year, because we're more than Móna. Thank you.
Tom, I take it I get to keep this. It's a collector's item. It's worth something now. Last one. We're going to change the order a little bit here. We are going to do 2 of the Accelerate Green panel or talks that, like you saw earlier, and then we're going to bring our panel discussion a little bit earlier and do 2 more after that, just to accommodate some people's schedules. So just a little change in the agenda. But my thanks to Tom Donlan for that excellent speech, really inspirational words. 100% agree. Forget about the whataboutism. It's really damaging to moving to a sustainable future. So with that, I'd like to welcome our next Accelerate Green participant. John Favier is CEO of Nanobox, and he founded Nanobox with Professor Mohammad Risa Ghani to commercialize a novel technology to aerate water, which I think you heard about a little bit earlier. John has held numerous academic, consultancy, and business leadership roles, and he brings a wealth of experience to his most recent venture. Please welcome John.
Thank you, Cara. Good afternoon. If you keep a fish tank at home, you will know that you need to aerate the water to replace the oxygen the fish consume. Now, I doubt you would be concerned about the energy cost of bubbling air into your fish tank, but if you were raising fish commercially, this would represent about 20% of your operating costs. In biological wastewater treatment, aeration of water is 60% of operating costs. Every municipal sewage plant in the world uses bacteria to break down the waste material, and the wastewater treatment is continuously aerated to provide the bacteria with the oxygen they consume. Almost every bioprocessor you can think of that involves water, brewing beer, fermenting protein, growing plants, needs oxygen. This adds up to a lot of aeration. It's estimated that about 2% of global electricity production goes into aeration of water. Now, various methods are used to get the air into the water, using big compressors to blow the air into it, or using paddle wheels to thrash the water and mix the air into it. The oxygen gets into the water by dissolving from the air bubbles generated by those processes. Now, depending on the system, the size of the bubbles can range from centimeters down to micron-sized, the size of the bubbles in a pint of Guinness. Now, the industry challenge is essentially this. The smaller the bubbles, the faster the oxygen in them dissolves into the water. But making bubbles, smaller bubbles, costs more energy. Going back to the fish tank, we see the bubbles rising in the water, but no surprise, big bubbles are more buoyant and rise faster than smaller bubbles. So once they reach the surface of the water, their work is done. So smaller bubbles have the advantage of lasting longer and so transferring more oxygen into the water. This helps, but doesn't move the needle by much. This is where things stood until 2018, when my co-founder invented a way of making extremely small bubbles using the power of a light bulb. These bubbles are nano-sized. They're 1,000 times smaller than the bubbles in that fabled pint of Guinness. The bubbles are categorized by the size range. So we have nano bubbles at nanoscale, micro bubbles at micron scale, and macro bubbles at millimeter size or bigger. This innovation has found a way to overcome the small bubble high energy cost challenge by making nanobubbles from macro bubbles, the big bubbles that are lowest energy cost to produce. The nanobubbles themselves are not new, but the methods of making them are all highly energy intensive. We use electricity to energize a mixture of large air bubbles, which causes nanobubbles to form in the water. The process accelerates the rate of oxygen transfer from the large bubbles and produces oxygen-enriched nanobubbles. The combined effect is a substantial increase in aeration efficiency by a factor of 10 over current water aeration technologies. Another unique feature is that the equipment can be used off-grid and powered using renewable energy. Our initial focus is on agriculture and aquaculture. Early stage trials have shown that the growth of plants can be speeded up using nanobubbles. The effect is so powerful that fertilizer can be cut by a third while achieving the same yield. We aim to increase the sustainability of agriculture from crop production to wastewater treatment by reducing input costs, increasing yields, and mitigating negative environmental impacts. Aquaculture has the highest conversion from feed to protein of any animal production system. It currently 17% of it accounts for 70% of animal protein produced globally and provides 3 billion people with a key part of their daily protein consumption. We aim to increase the sustainability of aquaculture by increasing the productivity and reducing energy costs of getting oxygen into the water. We're also engaging with municipal and industrial wastewater treatment operators and engineering companies. And they are interested in increasing the throughput capacity of their existing plant by boosting the oxygen supplied and reducing their energy costs at the same time. Lastly, I should note that the technology can also be used to increase the efficiency of water desalination and for cleaning and sanitization of water and water handling equipment. I hope I've given you an insight into why we think this breakthrough in water aeration technology will have a substantial positive impact on sustainability and the carbon footprint of the bioeconomy. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, John. It must be really nice working with bubbles for a living. I think I would enjoy that. Our next Accelerate Green participant is John O'Connell, who's the CEO of CW Applied Technology. And John has led this electronic design and manufacturing business for over 10 years, as well as holding governor and vice chancellor roles at the University of Limerick. Welcome, John.
Good afternoon. I guess you probably know by now, if you didn't know before today, that the journey to commercialization for any product is a long and complex journey. You encounter a lot of problems along the way. If your product is a hardware development, then you encounter real-world issues very early on in the development, and the road to commercialization can seem impossible. Sourcing parts, identifying material, building prototypes, designing or respinning your design and waiting for parts to come in, supply chain issues, testing product approvals, complicated intellectual property implications. The list goes on, and it's certainly not for the faint-hearted. And so many of our hardware startups have to muddle along and rely on good luck. Today, I want to talk to you about the ecosystem we have for hardware startups in this country. It's a good system, but we need to take the system from just being good to being great. So if you picture your hardware inventor / heroic figure, he or she has come through many, many hurdles and is now standing on the edge of this valley of debt that every product has to traverse to reach commercialization. What do they do next? Maybe they should hire some people. Maybe they should just go seek investment. But investors will want minimum viable product. Maybe we should sell some product and generate some cash. But we need to respin our design. Maybe I need to go back and look at the market again, see what it wants. You know, it's not difficult to picture a rabbit in the headlights, with all due respect to inventors in the room and rabbits. But it's a very difficult position to be in. And then what if that inventor is a reluctant hero, as many are, more creative than a CEO? What will our ecosystem then do to ensure their compelling idea makes it through to commercialization? The vision we are developing is something we call the entrepreneurial factory. This is a one-stop shop where the creative can come to build a physical product which will transform the physical world. What the entrepreneurial factory does differently is that in exchange for a share in the startup, we provide all the answers and skills in the area of market development, marketing, financial planning, investment, design, and manufacturing. The employees of the entrepreneurial factory work as employees of the startup, focused on delivering success for the startup and a return on our investment when the startup spins out. Our goal is to revolutionise the landscape of green tech hardware startups by providing direct, focused, expert support in all the key areas along the path to commercialisation. Not in this case mentoring or presentations, but expert employees working on moving the dial on the chances of success for that startup. And here's the thing, we already have ideas and products lined up to enter the entrepreneurial factory. If I might ask you this by way of an example, what are the two key elements we need to have to continue to exist on this planet? It's air and water. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't like the idea of having unclean air or unclean water. And certainly in the case of water, much of the underdeveloped world, this is a huge issue. There's a water pump called the India Mark II pump, which is common across most of the underdeveloped world. And an issue with this pump, like all mechanical pumps, is that it can fail. But the difference in the underdeveloped world is by the time the installer finds out that the pump has failed, it could be up to 12 months after it has failed, the next time he or she is back in that area. And in the meantime, the people that are depending on that pump for clean water have reverted to taking water from lakes and rivers with all the risks to life and health that that implies. My company, CW Applied Technology, along with our collaborative partners, Arup, Analog Devices, VT Networks, the NGO Fields of Life, WISE-R Laboratory in the Atlantic Technological University, and with the help of an innovation partnership from Enterprise Ireland, we have developed an integrated IoT solution that will immediately notify the installer of the failure of the pump. This has the capability of transforming the availability of consistently clean water to the poorest people in the most underdeveloped parts of the world. The parts of the world, if we're honest about it, will face a disproportionate amount of change due to climate change. It's a product and idea made for this entrepreneurial factory concept. Right now, all around the world, not just in Ireland, we have green tech inventors who are stuck because they don't have or cannot access the talent to do market development, marketing, financial planning, manage and lead a team, hire the help that they need to manufacture the product. And they're sitting back and saying, well, what do I do next? And they can't concentrate on the one area that they are expert on. Our ecosystem, as I say, is a good system, but good is the enemy of great. You know, we can all get very comfortable with a good system, but we've got to get out of that comfort zone and go for great. To use a James Clear quote, we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems, and we've got to take the system to the next level. I believe the entrepreneurial factory is a key part of the jigsaw to take it to the next level. It's an opportunity for venture studios, government partners, corporations to collaborate to really make an impact on bridging that valley of debt and bringing more of our compelling ideas through to commercialisation. Entrepreneurship is the single best way to mobilise great minds, unlock great ideas and solve the world's greatest problems. By way of summary, I'll just say this. You know, on our own, we can do so little, but together, we could do so much. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think you'll have a lot of visitors to your entrepreneurial factory after that talk. So my thanks again to John Favrier and John O'Connell. We're going to bring the comfortable chairs back up to get ready for our panel discussion. But before we bring on the guests there, I just want to remind you, you've got about 30 minutes before the One Step Closer campaign closes. So now's the time to get your final votes in if you haven't already. I had a quick check just now on the results, and there's still, it's not a clear winner quite yet to decide between the owl nesting boxes and bat roosts, the sand martin nesting walls, or the nature telescope. So if you feel strongly about any of those, now is the chance to get your vote in. I also realized I couldn't vote twice, so no double voting as it turns out. So in our panels today, we have moved from the production of energy, our first discussion, to how we operate businesses more sustainably and the kind of policies coming down the pipeline in that area. And now we move finally to the idea of how we consume energy, that the energy we use will never be the same again. And so I am going to be joined by the chair of this panel, Jennifer Boyer, who is the inaugural Vice President of Sustainability at Ireland's first technological university, TU Dublin. She's also a registered architect. And she will be hosting a discussion with Lindsay McQuaid, the Director of Energy at EMEA AWS, which is Amazon's cloud, Lorraine Fitzgerald, the Head of Sustainability at Glenveagh, and Dr. Matt Kennedy, who's a climate science leader at Arup and with a background in energy and environmental engineering. So if I could have my panelists and chair join me on the stage. Good.
Hi. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jennifer Boyer. It's great to be here and chairing this afternoon's panel on high energy users and what the future will look like. In my role as Vice President for Sustainability at TU Dublin, it's quite a new role. It's quite a new role for a university to take on, and I suppose it's fundamentally underpinned by our strategic intent, which extends to the horizon of 2030, aligning with the UN Global Agenda. In my role, I am responsible for building capacity through sustainability education across our students and our staff, and looking across our operational footprint. So we have a multifaceted challenge with over 200,000 square meters of campus buildings, as well as the caretakers for a large set of landscapes across our campuses. I am joined by some really interesting members of industry with me here today, who I'll offer an opportunity to give a short snapshot on your own backgrounds and your roles as part of the conversation. But I suppose in the context of what we'll be talking about, it's about the high energy intensity that we've come to rely on through data centers and cloud computing, the infrastructure of our built environment, and the role that it plays in turning our world into a more sustainable future. So I'll start with Lindsay, and then we'll go to Lorraine, and then Matt. You're very welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Really pleased to be here, and a big thanks to Board Namona for inviting AWS along to be part of this panel. So I'm Lindsay McQuaid. I'm Director of Energy for AWS. I've been there the grand total of 8 months, which tends to be how things are in AWS because we're growing so fast. But my background is in energy. I've been in energy since 1999. I've worked in nuclear. I've worked in gas. I've worked in risk. But from 2006, I had the pleasure of being part of Scottish Power's renewables business, covering the UK and Ireland, with my last role there being CEO, and talked and went through a number of the changes that John articulated earlier, the shift from onshore to offshore to battery storage to green hydrogen to all of these things. And it's so critical that that's the energy environment that we're all now thinking about. Moving over to Amazon, the use of the cloud. I mean, everyone in this room will have multiple devices in their home. Some of you might have an electric vehicle. Most of you will be consumers of electricity pretty much every waking moment of your lives. But it's really important now where that's coming from. And the data center industry, the cloud sector, has to ensure that as we grow and provide all of the data that we are now using throughout our daily lives, that's coming from sustainable sources as well. So very much part of Amazon's green vision that we've got that at the core of every decision that we're making.
Thank you, Lindsay. Lorraine, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So, Lorraine Fitzgerald, I'm Head of Sustainability at Glenveagh Properties. I suppose I've been in the whole area of environmental science and sustainability for quite a long time, and delighted, I suppose, that it's finally got its moment in the sun. And yeah, I've been with Glenveagh for just over a year and a half. Obviously, the built environment is a huge consumer of energy and obviously then producer of greenhouse gas emissions. We in ourselves are not a huge consumer of energy as a company. Only 2% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from direct, sources. But I suppose what's really important is that our impact on the value chain, both upstream and downstream, is where we can really kind of lead the conversation, I think, in terms of the embodied carbon and the energy that's used for all of those building materials that we've been using for, millennia, probably in some cases, the extraction, the production, the logistics, the use of fuel by our subcontractors on site. But really critically, I suppose, the way in which we design houses to use or to more and more not use energy for, the end users. I think those are the kind of the critical things, and we have a great opportunity to kind of lead that and to, I suppose, lead from the front in terms of how we want this space to be.
Thank you. I think we'll get into the direct and indirect Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions through our discussion. Looking forward to it. Matt, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And hello, everyone. My name is Matt Kennedy. So I lead as our Director for Sustainable Development for ARP within Europe. And ARP is the design engineers as you know them, but I'm going to talk about other disciplines than just engineering. So I've worked for the Irish government, I worked for academia, so I've been involved in this sector for more than 20 years. I really appreciate the invitation and engaging further. Yeah.
Well, let's get started. So I've mapped out a couple of questions to try and cover some of the key challenges that are coming up in the research, are coming up in discussions with our students, and are coming up through recent National Climate Action Plan mandates. Data centers has been, a sectoral piece that's been rising for the last 10 years and increased substantially in Ireland. The debate about how data centers can play a role in society around the issue of sustainability is very much at the core of this. And I suppose recently, Laura Burke, the Director General of the EPA, was talking about the number of applications that are coming through to the EPA in relation to data centers being energy centers as well. So we're seeing a shift in the role that data centers are playing, which is quite tremendous. And then I think, as an architect, a lot of my own background in research and education would come out of this understanding that the built environment contributes to more than 40% of global emissions through its construction and demolition waste, and that's a huge chunk across the world. Yet we need infrastructure, we need houses. We need to get from A to B. So the role of infrastructure and how we think about that in terms of measurement for good, measurement for human rights and basic needs, I think comes to the forefront. So I suppose in both of these kind of industries that we're talking about, we play a substantial role in contributing to emissions, so that makes the responsibility that much greater upon us in the work that our industries do. So I suppose I'd ask each of you in turn to outline in that frame, what is one of the major challenges that you're facing within your business or your sector, but what do you see as well as one of the major opportunities? And Lindsay, I'll start with you.
Thank you. So I think the major challenge, and you've touched on it in your opening remarks, is the pace with which the cloud computing's taken off and the pace with which we're all relying on it. We're using it absolutely every single day. And what's become incredibly apparent to me, having come from the generation side of the world into digitalisation, decarbonisation and digitalisation are the two big industrial themes that we have this century. But we need to do that as sustainably as possible, but also as quickly as possible. And the biggest challenge for me right now is the fulcrum between those two. The fulcrum is that data centres happen fast. We are growing fast. Unfortunately, energy infrastructure takes time. I know the pain of getting planning permission. I know the pain of getting a grid connection. I know the pain of coming down that technology curve when you're looking at offshore wind that was up in the hundreds of euro a megawatt, and it's now, with the success of the last auction, coming all the way down. It's fantastic to see the renewable energy industry responding to that so well, but there's still a timing difference there. And I think when it comes to the sector I'm now part of, we're thinking about how can we square that circle? How can we make it happen? And it is going to be about partnering. It is going to be about us leaning in to those types of technology more, maybe changing our model, and it won't just be a PPA model any longer. Doing things differently. We have to innovate to stay alive. But yeah, that's kind of the biggest challenge. Biggest opportunities around all of that as well. I touched on it, offshore wind, massive opportunity for Ireland. One of my favourite adages since I arrived in Amazon is offshore wind will be the best friends of data centre. They both will complement the continued growth and expansion of the economy within Ireland. They will transform grid operation. They will transform everyone's access to clean energy. And it's a very exciting time to be part of that discussion. It's huge.
Yeah, it is, and that piece around how much supply we'll have and that fulcrum as well of how to balance that demand is also quite interesting. We'll get there in a little while. Lorraine, so one of the biggest challenges that you see in your group, and then also the opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose just the old change in terms of how we decarbonise on a kind of technical basis is a challenge. But actually, I think what one of the big challenges is the data we need to actually facilitate that challenge. And I think that goes back to the fact that a lot of that data needs to come from the supply chain. The supply chain is really complex. Some of our suppliers are really big and they're, able to do that, but a lot of them are a lot smaller. So how do we get all of that data? How do we use that data, to our advantage to try and, decarbonise as fast as possible? And I suppose added to that challenge is, the whole corporate sustainability reporting that's coming down the line for companies. We're a PLC, that is driving a huge amount, but it's actually overwhelming because it's such a big piece of work to undertake to try and bring all that data together and report it. So that's kind of the piece that's if I wasn't a good sleeper, it would be keeping me awake at night. But it's certainly driving a lot of action, in our company. I suppose in terms of the opportunity is to be innovative and to lead the space and to be able to, design something that actually doesn't require as much energy or doesn't, have the same amount of embodied carbon, to be, at the kind of, leading edge, cutting edge of all of that, I think is really exciting and kind of, drives people into action because there's so much opportunity to lead there.
And the prosumer, or the customer as well, in terms of driving that and meeting those needs is quite interesting too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Matt, biggest challenges and opportunity?
Well, I'm going to lead with the opportunity first.
Great, love it.
So Arup is, you outlined at the very start in terms of the built environment, the amount of emissions that come from buildings and infrastructure. And so there's a responsibility in organisations like Arup to decarbonise. So what does leadership look like? We heard Tom Donlan talking about what leadership looks like in terms of Bord na Móna. What does it mean in terms of Arup? 2 years ago, we committed to no longer working in projects that involve the extraction or the transportation of fossil hydrocarbons. That's a €50 million business that we walked away from. So that created a big ripple within the built environment. So that provides an opportunity for us, but it also provides a challenge in terms of changing the business, transitioning into what does a future energy business look like for design engineers then that want more sustainable outcomes. So where we focused attention is we're going to really push the industry to do life cycle carbon assessments. So we committed at the same time that we're going to assess 1,000 of our buildings and in terms of the whole life cycle assessment of carbon. So rather than just make a bold commitment that a lot of organisations do, we went back in November and reported on the findings of those 1,000 projects. So the real focus is on looking at and extracting as much carbon as you can from infrastructure, as much carbon as you can from the built environment, because ultimately the future projects will not get planning. You're talking about a climate agenda that a lot of organizations are trying to deliver to. You may see Arup as being the design engineers, but in my mind, the people I work with are urban designers, they're ecologists, they're landscape architects, they're stakeholder engagement people, or carbon accountants, together with all the engineers. All of these skill sets come together in terms of delivering on a climate project. And that's really where the opportunities are. Policy is driving, the Commission is driving, the Climate Action Plan is driving. But ultimately, there's not a lot of guidance being provided. Clients are struggling to understand, in a corporate side, what these reporting directives mean. At a government side, how they can make change in terms of delivering on their action plan. That provides opportunity, but it also provides a big challenge within a market in a time when we need to deliver really fast.
Yeah, the learning curve there with the needs being met is definitely at odds. Yeah. I think the role of education in that space and the role of advocacy to bring together standards and methodologies to have a shared approach so that your approach is not dissimilar and unknown to your customers and your clients, and you're operating in the same space as competitors, I think is key to all of this as well. So in a recent visit with Ireland's Energy Commissioner to the University Executives team at TU Dublin, he was talking about the opportunity around wind and just the position that Ireland has in relation to its opportunities to actually fly the green flag, and for, I suppose, a country of our scale and size and the fundamental inherent qualities of it really be quite strong in leading on sustainability. But I suppose there is that supply and demand need being met so that, the innovation approach to storing energy or the behavioral piece around individual consumers being prosumers requires a different way of thinking about things than we have previously before through our infrastructure and our systems, and in particular our financial models. So I think, if the aim is to, look at the future and volatility and how we can bring some sort of sustainability or sustainable practice to our businesses, I'm curious to know what role does technology play in this, and what role do people play in this to try and bring us through that balancing of needs and limited resources, ultimately. So, will I start with you, Matt?
Sure. Everyone plays a role. That's the first thing. And even at delivering on a net zero objective, no organization can do it alone. No project will get through any form of success without engagement with the users, be it the citizen or the stakeholders. So the challenge that we have as design engineers in that we want to deliver sustainable outcomes for our clients. So how do you do that in a time? How do you design future projects in a time of a changing climate environment? So if you're designing a bridge right now, the pedestrian bridge was opened in Galway City yesterday or the day before yesterday. Are you designing that for a 1.5 degree world, a 3 degree world, a 5 degree world? How do you ensure that you get the permanency of the infrastructure? Never mind the inputs that go into it. But how do you design a future rail network to consider subsidence that might impact if it's a 4 degree world? So these are real challenges in terms of a design engineer because of climate risk. Now there's other challenges. If you're a corporate or you're an asset owner, you would be very concerned. We heard earlier this morning about stranded assets. How do you understand the nature of your portfolio? How do you, which of these buildings or assets will be devalued based on policy changes? And ultimately, how do you ensure that you're engaging with the consumer, that you're engaging with the stakeholder, so that actually the outcomes that you're delivering are the ones that are appropriate for society and delivering that value? And it's, in my view, I constantly talk about to Arup about it's time to look outside the building, not just inside the building. It's time to look at the landscape. It's time to look at the ecology and the architecture and the public realm that happens outside. And how do you ensure that the right places are being designed, that you're building and designing villages and intersections where people want to live, and actually having the person at the center of that design, not the concrete at the center of that design. And these are this is the considerations that corporates now need to make in terms of design engineering and a reaction to future climate change.
And I think you've hit on something there, which is, the human factor in this. It's ultimately change, and it's people having to give things up. And the understanding around what you're giving up in terms of being something of ease or that you've practiced for many years is, I suppose, getting into just that wider openness of discussion. Well, what does unsustainability look like? And if you can describe what unsustainable practices and things are, what is sustainable becomes quite an obvious kind of flow then. So thanks for that, Matt. Lindsay, over to you.
Yeah, I guess building on Matt's comments, it's about how much of this can be done to us passively. How much of this do we actually, the environment around us is going to change, and how much of it, as consumers of energy and of consumers of product, are we going to have to take positive steps? So, I touched earlier on about all the devices we've all got in our households. What's going to happen when somebody comes in and creates an aggregation model to access all of that storage that is going to be in everybody's home? How can that be used to prop up the grid? How can that be used so that we don't have to build another power station if we have to optimise the amount of grid infrastructure investment we've got by tapping into that distributed network that's already out there? How we are all going to engage in that market is going to change. It's not going to be as simple as flicking a switch or charging your iPhone any longer. It's going to be a very different aspect, and your electricity bill is probably going to look different as a result of that as well. But that's at a household level, and I think a sort of, certainly from an AWS level, we're making active steps to make sure that our impacts are mitigated as much as possible. You'll be aware of, we've also got a RE 100% goal for 2025. We've publicly announced by 21 we'd achieved 85% of that. Since then, we've confirmed that we've now got over 20 gigawatts of contracted PPA renewable power, almost 200 of them being utility-scale investments dotted around the globe. But that's all about the input to the buildings that we use to power all of that data crunching. But then we look at a much more granular level, and it's about the efficiency of the chips that we're even using. So we're constantly innovating. And the latest generation of chips that we've got are 60% more energy efficient than previous generations. And then if we're also then looking at the use of the cloud versus a conventional self-service model, you're 3.6 more efficient with an 88% CO2 saving. So there's a massive benefit to us coming together to aggregate, to collaborate, to then ensure that it is affordable, that there is value there, and that we're doing it in as sustainable a means as possible. We've got a great example, and Cahal's in the audience here, of energy clouds that hit the press a few months ago. That's where we're seeing underutilised renewable power via a device in collaboration with the energy cloud being used to heat that spare power effectively for water immersion heaters in 1,000 homes. Fantastic to see that happening, rather than energy that can't be stored somewhere and it would just dissipate. And then we've also got a heat recycling scheme in Tala where 47,000 square foot is being used from spare heat, because a lot of processing creates some heat, but it's great to see that being recycled as well. So it's using what we've got and the implication of what we're doing much more thoughtfully is probably the word for that, and again, taking that into your decision-making process.
Well, I think that distributed network and building, I suppose, the market at that scale where it can be well distributed is essential to any sort of balancing. And as TU Dublin is one of the biggest consumers of the Tala waste heat sustainable energy community out there, these community-based models where you're actually networked in, and it goes back to your point, Matt, about partnership. You can't do it alone. I think there's a whole range of new partnership models that we see emerging, and it speaks to entrepreneurial instincts, and it also speaks to high-level government policy in terms of having a whole of country or whole of EU approach to how we bring about solutions to a challenge that's for everybody, ultimately. I'm conscious of time, and I'm going to move on to a question about policy. And actually, Lorraine, you mentioned this before in terms of the rapid in recent years, given the challenges we have, and the Corporate Sustainability Reportings Directive from the EU that is coming to pass and will hit all organizations in 2024. And just that need, going back to Matt, about how do we do this? How do we measure this? But the need around data in order to do that, and to do that with integrity. Because there is an issue about integrity and brand, and I suppose the core purpose of the businesses that we're part of. So I suppose my question is, what, from your perspective, in your group, are some of the key legislative policies that will, or you're preparing for, that will impact your business going forward?
I think CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, is probably the big one at the moment, along with the EU taxonomy. So I suppose on the EU taxonomy, we're seeing it from both angles in terms of a corporate reporting requirement, but also, an institutional buyer requirement where they're looking at particular assets and they're looking to see how can they be aligned to taxonomy. So that's certainly driving action. The CSRD is really a fundamental change. And if you look at what the EU wants to do, they want sustainability information to be at the same level as financial information. Now, the financial community have had a long time to kind of get there. We're doing it in a very short amount of time. And it's a fundamental change, and we've had talks internally. If you ask people for financial information, you usually get it quite rapidly. This is a really different, I suppose, approach for people, and people are not used to collecting that amount of data. Our supply chain are not necessarily used to giving us that amount of data. And in some cases, we're still trying to figure out what is the data that we actually want. So I think everybody is grappling with it. But I suppose the result it's having is, if you need to report it, then you need to be doing it. So if you step back from that, you need to have the policies. You need to actually be measuring the impact you're having. You need to have an action plan in place so that you can report all of these things. So it's certainly driving action, and it's driving action all along the value chain, and that's a really good thing. I think, nobody's going to be perfect when we kind of go live with the first ones, and that's okay, because it's more about, okay, we're getting there, this is the plan to how to do it. So it's about setting out those plans, and it's about bringing everybody, with you on the journey, including all of those suppliers that, will need to give us that information. So it's a really interesting time, I think, in the world of corporate sustainability, because I think there's going to be huge changes, and it's come at such a rapid pace. I think everybody thought around the start of COVID, is this going to stall a little bit? Yeah. And it actually went the other way, It did. So it's full steam ahead.
Yeah, and I think what's really interesting is seeing how businesses are responding to that reporting requirement, because it brings about all sorts of really core issues around transparency and sharing and collaboration. And in the public sector, where the universities sit, we are large public sector bodies, and we fall under the public sector climate action mandate. So we too are going through our first iterations of transparent reporting around what are we doing for our climate action roadmaps. And that process is hard, and it is about bringing people with you. And there is, I suppose, a bit of empathy and tolerance for it's not going to be perfect. And it's not going to be perfect because the environment around us is changing so rapidly all the time. And this is a big culture shift for a lot of people as well. So I think it'll be interesting to watch the space between public bodies and private companies actually start to mirror one another in many ways where they haven't previously in the past decades. So, Matt, over to you. Policy that's impacting.
Yeah, so it's been a very rich 5 years for policy. It's like we've been waiting for 15 years without policy, and then all the buses come together. What I found, certainly the reporting directive is going to be a big deal for every business that operates within the European Union. I also find that the recasting of the Performance and Buildings Directive, the integration of more whole life carbon into our design requirements and our building regulations, that's going to be a big change. But rather than maybe talk about and of course internationally or European level, this week the science-based targets for nature came out, and we have the EU taxonomy for the environment. We're having the EU taxonomy for nature next year. So it's all coming thick and fast, and it's very confusing in the market. There's very little direction. What I would consider, what is really keeping people awake at night at the moment in Ireland is the Climate Action Plan. And my main take on the Climate Action Plan is, okay, there's clear direction in terms of targets, but there's not clear direction in terms of implementation. And I have a tendency to move back away from reporting. We've no challenge with reporting if you're doing the right things. But if you're not implementing, you have nothing to report. So let's talk a little bit about action there. And there's a lot of confusion in the market about what action needs to happen. But the real concern that I have is linking a little into what Tom was talking about in terms of the work with Fáilte Ireland and Just Transition. How are these policies going to be fair? So how does a future, say for example, the sectoral budgets being implemented, being driven through government in terms of decarbonisation of something like transport.
Yeah.
How is that going to be fair on someone who lives in the Midlands and travels twice a day to Dublin? Are they the ones that are going to be really impacted? And how do you ensure that that policy is equitable and fair and just? And whether that's around the built environment or transportation, or regardless of what side of the policy is, how do you ensure that the user, that the initiative, the policies are implemented in a very fair and clear way? Now, that is unclear at the moment, but I would tend to say now the policies are there and we have targets, but like, where is the guidance coming to local authorities, for example?
Totally.
And if you translate, say, for example, a 51% emissions reduction in a city like, say, Galway, and they want to have a sectoral target in terms of transportation, land use, and buildings, and all of these different sectors, what do the measures look like to get you there?
Yeah.
And that's really unknown at the moment. And in fact, they're not palpable, they're not feasible when you break down the 51% in terms of what needs, the change that needs to happen, and that's where guidance is required.
Absolutely. I mean, we did the cost estimate to get TU Dublin to 2030 in terms of just our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and we could get to near zero for 600 million, and we don't have that money. And if you scale that up, the question of implementation becomes kind of, you disengage because there is no path, as you say. I think, one of the key things is these ideas of, and it was great to see in the Climate Action Plan in December, the Midlands with a really long section, which gives that scene setting to the challenges, I think, to tee us up to a much different place around distribution models. And so in TU Dublin, for example, our Scope 1 and 2 emissions play a factor of about 22% of our footprint. Our travel and commuting and our purchasing, our Scope 3 is the majority, yet that's not what we're asked to report on yet. We will in future, but that's where I think, the influencing and behavior change piece with people to reduce down where you can, where it's actually possible, and then to think differently about how you're contributing back. And so we're looking at the skills piece in terms of the construction industry and how we can contribute back to test some of those distribution models in terms of the impact that we will have over time and may not hit those targets. So would you like to talk a little bit about policy? I'm conscious of the time here as well.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I will be quick. But I guess it's just the one other, the rider for this in the policy environment is that policy traditionally was quite a slow-moving train, much to what Matt's comment was on. There's a quote that a friend of mine often says: we're the first generation to understand what the climate emergency is, and we're the last one to be able to do anything about it. before it all goes horribly wrong.
It's all happening.
So that really brings it into sharp focus for legislators, for policymakers, whether you're at a European, national or local government level. Everybody has to be thinking about this. Consumers in their home, everything. All of our decisions should be having that sort of lens that we look at. We can't afford for future generations not to consider it that way. And I guess just building on the comments that have been made by Lorraine and Matt, I guess one of the other areas that we're quite keen to ensure from an Amazon perspective is that we continue to afford the opportunity for corporates to play a part in all of that. As we've talked about, data is a big thing. We want our data to be as clean as possible. We want our data to be backed by sustainable sources. So we need PPA markets. We need to have the ability to access that capacity that is clean as grids are still going through that transition. So I think it's been helpful to see that that's been recognised at a European level, and that all forms of clean energy that are sponsored through a PPA or through some sort of participation by a business, the kudos for that is effectively come back so that they can then report on that and ensure that that transparency piece is there. I guess the other piece from a policy perspective is to make sure that there's adequate transparency around grid planning, and that's taken. That's going to require a bit of a change of mindset. There might need to be some anticipatory investment made so that we can enable that change all the faster. If we wait until something is known and certain and definite, it might be too late. Yeah. So we have to make sure that we've got that kind of opportunity captured in our brain about what that future is going to look like, and take brave steps now. All of us have to take brave steps now to reach that future and achieve the targets that have been set.
And I think that agility piece and that kind of forecasting piece requires us to be on the same page and to all actually be signed up to commit to this. And I think there is an awakening, and it is this kind of burst of activity between legislation coming down at us and people actually feeling the effects globally. But I think that, for me, is the main purpose, and it drives what we do, and it drives our impact as people on the world for the future. So I'm just going to ask to wrap up briefly with imagine the future, 50 years fast forwarded. And what does it look and feel like in 3 words? And Lorraine, we kick us off.
I think it'll be connected. I think it'll be, I suppose, collaborative, and I guess smart. That's my hope anyway.
Excellent, excellent. Matt?
Yeah, I could give you a very stereotypical, inclusive, sustainable systems, but I think at the moment everyone is focusing on what the IPC say about the consequences of inaction.
Yeah.
And I would like to think in 2050 we can just stand up and say, these are the consequences of action. This is what has happened because we did this action over the last 30 years to be able to deliver a world. So consequences of action.
Nice.
I guess for me, and not to steal words from Lorraine as well, but again, very smart, very connected, and absolutely future-proofed so that we don't end up back here again.
Resilient and learned. Excellent. Well, thank you so much to all of you for being here and for sharing with the audience today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for excellent chairing, and Lorraine and Lindsay and Matt. I think you all brought really diverse perspectives to the idea of energy use and consumption, so that was a great conversation because of your perspectives. Thanks so much. Okay, we now come to the final 2 Accelerant Green participants giving their short talks to you all before we move to our final keynote speaker. So I will be joined first by the CEO of Hub60, which is Denise O'Kelly, and she co-founded the software logistics business with John O'Neill over 5 years ago. She's an entrepreneur with a passion for digital innovation and creating digital efficiencies in the SME sector. Can we please welcome Denise to the stage?
Thanks very much, Karen. Good afternoon. Funny, what I'm talking about segues quite nicely from the panel discussion. Today, I'd like to share with you an eye-opening experience we had during the Accelerated Green programme, where we had the privilege of hearing from the Sustainable Energy Authority of Ireland. Their presentation Their presentation included a captivating visual representation of greenhouse gas emissions to demonstrate the urgent need to reduce car usage in Ireland. This ignited a thought-provoking debate about the challenges of reducing car dependencies, particularly in rural areas. At Hub 360, we believe that it's important to know that cars are only part of the puzzle. It is crucial to understand that when we talk about transport and greenhouse gas emissions, it goes beyond cars. We have to consider the significant impact of heavy goods vehicles. Heavy goods vehicles are those gigantic trucks that make us feel a bit uneasy when overtaking them on a two-lane motorway at 120 miles an hour in the pouring rain. HGVs play a vital role in our economy. Trucks transport 77% of all products within the EU today. There's 6.2 million trucks in the EU, and they account for 20% of GHG emissions in the EU. There is good news. The technology needed to shift from heavy goods vehicles away from fossil fuels already exists. And major truck manufacturers like Scania and Volvo have committed to introducing zero-emission trucks on the roads by 2040. But what can we do right now? At Hub 360, we work with large and medium-sized enterprises who deliver goods direct to their customers. They may have their own fleet or use third-party hauliers. But in general, we find these organisations are primarily focused on providing their customers with the best-in-class of product. They are not experts in optimising deliveries, and more often than not, it's an afterthought. Because of this, we've identified a reoccurring issue. There's a lack of centralised management, visibility, accountability, and oversight in delivery planning. It may come as a surprise to you, and it certainly did to us. In most cases, outdated approaches like relying on pen and paper still dominate in the delivery process. And unfortunately, this approach leads to unnecessary emissions and its inefficiencies within businesses. A few examples of what we've seen firsthand. Underutilised truck space. When trucks are not loaded to their full capacity, there's a wasted space and unnecessary additional trips that could have been avoided. They take inefficient routes without proper planning, and trucks end up consuming more fuel in the process. Using paper-based systems lead to poor communication and poor coordination. This leads to unnecessary journeys and idle time at drop-offs. So think about a truck idling at a delivery point. In just 1 hour, it'll consume 3 litres of diesel. So, to address these challenges, we propose a simple yet powerful solution. Organisations must embrace change and leverage technology to optimise their use of these HGVs. Exactly the type of change the Minister was talking about this morning. Bottom line, businesses and organisations must embrace Scope 3 and not just pay lip service to it. A few very basic and simple examples of what can be done. Monitor truck volumes and weights. Organisations can maximise truck space, ensuring efficient use of every cubic metre and reducing the need for extra trips. By automating customer communications, businesses can inform customers ahead of time of their scheduled deliveries, reducing idle time at drop-off and creating more time for additional deliveries during a single trip. By using routing and scheduling optimisation tools, built-in algorithms and AI, organisations can establish the most efficient load and routes for their HGVs. So, I'll just share you one example from our own experience in Hub 360. At Hub 360, we work with a customer who operates approximately 150 HGVs daily, completing an average of 360 deliveries using our software platform. By implementing the measures we outlined earlier, optimising loads, routes, resources, and streamlining communications, this customer achieved an astounding 50% independently verified reduction in their delivery-related greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah, a staggering 50% reduction, as well as significantly reducing business cost, increasing capacity, and opening up opportunities for the business to scale and expand. 50%, no way is this a minor accomplishment. So when we take this a little further and we consider the scale at which these vehicles operate, with 6.2 million trucks in the EU alone, even a small reduction in emissions from each truck can have a substantial cumulative effect. By implementing these changes across the board, we can make a remarkable impact on carbon emissions today, not in 2030, not in 2040, not in 2050. We have the potential to bring about significant change with using platforms like Hub 360, not only for individual businesses who can make significant savings, but also for our environment as a whole. Let's embrace these solutions, embrace Scope 3, and work together towards a greener and more sustainable future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denise, for that inspirational talk and the vision that you bring with your speech. I want to now bring our final Accelerant Green participant up to the stage. Ronan Quinlan is the founder and CEO of Superfly, using technology to deliver a more sustainable future to the world. Also co-founder of, I can't even pronounce this, Taglass, a global Internet of Things company with 20 years of industry experience. Thank you, Ronan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we all know we have a waste problem in the world. Put simply, we are consuming too much and not recycling enough. As Cara mentioned, my previous business, Towglass, last year produced and shipped 35 million antennas a year. It's a large global business. But I'm ashamed to say we don't know how many of those antennas were recycled, and how could we know? Because the systems aren't there to actually report back on it. So at my new business, at Superfly, we're building a circular economy platform that will allow us to track materials from being collected right through to being ascertained where they're being used, and doing the right thing by society. So if we just continue as forecasted, in the current world economy, we will need 3 planets worth of natural resources by 2050 to sustain our consumption needs. So something has to change. Our linear economy of take, make, use, waste needs to change. So we all know, we hear the circular economy is going to be that solution. So for our focus, it's about recycling and reusing materials and products instead of discarding or incinerating them. In Europe, an average of only 12% of all materials used comes from recycled materials. So that means 88% of new products are made of virgin materials, and Europe is by far the leader in the world in recycling. So what does that say about us all? And this number has barely increased in the last decade. So why is the circular economy still in its infancy? We believe there are 2 major issues. 1, it's more expensive to recycle than it is to use virgin materials. And 2, it's much more complex to operate. So how are we going to change that? Well, we know governments are adopting new legislation and incentives to overcome those barriers. As part of the EU Green Deal, there's a goal to be climate neutral, we know, by 2050. But in specific regards around recycling, there's hard targets for that set by directives from the EU to each member country. So for plastic recycling, we need to go from an average in Europe of 30% today to 55% by 2030. For another problem area, battery recycling rates will go from 50% to 70% by 2030. So the second approach is our individual organisations need to start adopting more sustainable practices, and I think technology is going to be the key to actually enable that. Our background is the Internet of Things. Really, what does that mean? It's using software and sensors to make everything more economical to recycle, to track everything, and to operate the spokes of the circular economy, to bring all stakeholders together in one platform. So let's go back to those 2 problem product categories, plastic and batteries. Plastic is probably the biggest problem of all waste products that we have today. I've travelled around the US and Australia in the last month, and that's what comes up, same as here in Ireland. They're traditionally exported out of sight, out of mind to developing countries where they cause horrendous pollution and health effects. We all know this, and we're all complicit in that. So we need to change that, and I'm glad to see that we're making progress in Ireland next year when we bring in the National Deposit Recovery Scheme to start collecting beverage containers. Today the other solution is to burn them in incinerators, which isn't a great use of the work and processes that went into those plastics in the first place. More enlightened jurisdictions such as Australia are now setting up soft plastic stewardship programs to collect the traditional unrecyclable dirty mixed plastics, and they are being put into precast concrete as aggregate as a sustainable concrete solution. And our software and sensor platform is used to actually collect those plastics across Australia. The alternative is to build state-of-the-art plastic processing facilities. So that's how we can attack the plastic problem. On the battery side, we all know that batteries are exploding in number. How are we collecting them? In Ireland, we use little blue boxes. I'm not sure that's going to be very sustainable going forward. In Australia, our software and smart bins are used in 4,000 collection points, and now to expand to 20,000 in schools as well. And they're collecting thousands of tons of batteries. The IoT system works differently than traditional systems where you make schedules based on ad hoc meeting arrangements to collect e-waste or batteries. The bins fill up, they're autonomous. The sensors connect back to the internet to tell you when the bins are full. You set an AI algorithm to basically set the drivers on that day to collect. So it's the most efficient way to manage collection systems at scale. And those collection systems will now expand into every type of product. So producers have to take back their own product across the world under these extended producer responsibility schemes. So we can see a lot more specialist streamed material, which is very valuable. The problem with recycling today is when it gets contaminated with cross-contamination from other materials. So that's what we're at Superfy, developing the full circular economy solution to track the materials from cradle to cradle, with the objective of giving citizens, the producers and the government transparency on where their recycled materials ends up. So the days of casually discarding our waste are coming to an end. We must handle with care. I remember as a kid in the 80s when things were a little bit more economy driven, in the real sense of the word, we would bring back Coke bottles to Super Queen and you'd get some money. Well, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a digital equivalent of that next year, where the reverse vending machines will come in to collect those beverage containers. Not alone that, in the next few years you'll see similar machines for cosmetic products, ink cartridges, and big collection sites for tyres. So there are many, many fantastic opportunities for us all in this new circular economy. So I look forward to the transition and the role Superfy will play and all of us in enabling it. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Ronan. I'm going to be annoyed every time I look at those blue battery boxes now until Superfy fixes that problem. I have a whole new way of looking at them. So finally, the moment you've all been waiting for, our final keynote speaker of the day is Professor Stephen Kinsella, who is the head of the Department of Economics at University of Limerick and co-director of their new immersive software engineering degree. He's also chief economics writer for the Currency News and author of Ireland in 2050, How We Live, examining the changes in Ireland's economy, culture and society from 1950 to 2050. And I got to have a little sneak peek of his slides last night, and I think this is going to be a really interesting talk. So can we please welcome Stephen Kinsella.
They said there'd be a clicker on the and they've given me a piece of turf. I feel, as a dub, I feel like I should get a prize for knowing what this is. Thank you very much to the organisers and to everyone for staying around. It's a lovely sunny day outside, and you've chosen to spend it inside listening to an economist. That should provoke a little bit of self-reflection. But don't worry, it's a positive talk. It's not a doom, gloom kind of story, because the story is not one of doom and gloom. The story is one of gradual realization. So, as Cara said, Dr. Esselberg said, I wrote a book in 2009 called Ireland in 2050.
pro tip for those thinking of writing a book, don't write a book about how the future is going to be awesome in the middle of austerity. It's a poor choice. However, it's all kind of coming right, and it's kind of wonderful to see. I wrote the book because I was absolutely terrified. I was a new father at the time, and I had no idea what to do. So rather than changing nappies, I knocked out a book about it. I couldn't possibly do any of that. Too busy typing. And now the infant I wrote the book about is 6'3", covered in muscles. He looks like an Avenger. And he's much more relaxed about things than I would be. And certainly that I was at the time. And one of the reasons that he's more relaxed is that he's got really good examples of positive change. So the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is where the trends are going and why we should all feel much better about ourselves leaving today. And I was really heartened to listen to the last panel talking about what needs to be implemented. I spent a lot of time, the last 4 years of my life, talking with startups, and you can't hang around people who are starting up companies and not feel optimistic and better about life. Hang around a bunch of economists, as I do, you may feel slightly different. The collective noun for our species is a depression of economists. So it takes a little while. But what do I want to talk about today? Well, the first is, what could Ireland look like in 2050 if we get the transition right? This is important. There's two important words here, if and right. You can get it wrong, but I don't think we will. And I have very good evidence to sort of give me confidence that that's true. So I've got a lot of ers. There's a lot of ers. I'm a progressive. I believe in progress. I believe that things will improve. Not always everywhere evenly, but certainly over time. So what does Ireland look like? And most importantly, what does it feel like? Having spent 25 years as a professional economist now, I can tell you that most people are not moved by the cold realities of gross domestic product statistics. They're much more importantly moved by how things feel and how the economy feels at a given moment. You feel like you have a bit more in the pocket. You feel like you can do more things with your job. You feel like there are better times ahead for your kids. It's a feeling. It's a qualitative experience. What's going to feel like? The first and most important thing is it's going to feel wealthier. When Ireland joined the EU, GDP per person was about $2,000. Today, it's about $70,000. Now, that statistic is slightly distorted, but the point is we're way, way, way wealthier. And that curve is only going up. Geographically, where I grew up in Dublin was mostly fields. Now, people live there. You can see from the census statistics, which all of my fellow nerds on Twitter have been joyously analysing, that we're bigger, we're richer, we have more money on deposit than anyone ever. We have so much money, it's a problem. The last speaker talked about the 80s. I often I get my students to look at the commitments because it's a documentary. The longer I spend in academia, the more I realize Father Ted was a documentary too. But anyway, it's wealthier. It's way wealthier. The second thing is it's faster. Things move much more quickly. Information moves faster, people move faster, careers move faster. There's a speed to it. That's not a bad thing. It's grayer. I was on The Last Word last night. Matt Cooper was saying, Stephen, isn't it incredible? You're telling us that there's an aging society. And I was like, yes. I wrote this book, 2009. You were the first person to interview me about it, Matt. And in the book, I talked about how Ireland needed to make some changes to its pension system before 2020. Otherwise, things were going to change. and they were going to get worse. And what was really interesting about Matt was he was like, never mind that, sure. Never mind that. But what's changing? The realization is now here. It was an academic point made by some young fella from Limerick in 2009. Now it's like, oh my God, in 10 years' time, it's going to be a much grayer thing. And we are going to do something about it. February 2020, you will all remember at the general election, this was a big deal. The pension issue was a big deal. People were able to push it out. We won't be able to do that for much longer. It'll be grayer. I'm going to argue something controversial. Using data from 168,000 people, because it's grayer, it will be happier. Older people are happier. Statistics bear it out. People are like, what? Yeah, honestly. It'll be greener. It'll be greener because of all the things these amazing people and you amazing people are doing. It will be greener because people will have no choice but to do it, but also because the opportunities are just absolutely enormous. And I'll talk about two of them now, but things are changing. Things are changing at a much more rapid rate. I'm a huge believer in Kevin Kelly, the technologist. He said, in the long run, the future is decided by optimists, and that is absolutely true. And where you find optimists is around the startup ecosystem. It's absolutely fantastic. I just came from a hackathon that the immersive software engineering students are doing. This is a new kind of program that we developed at the University of Limerick with companies like Amazon and Stripe and loads of Irish companies like Mana Aero and others. And really the basic idea is take extremely smart people. The minimum points to get into this course is 803, right? That's the minimum. 625 points plus 300 for a portfolio. These kids are amazing. They're amazing. We're doing a hackathon. They get to build a new product really quickly. They're being supported by 3 or 4 different partner companies. And you want to see what they're doing. Like 25 of them this year, 50 next year. You can't be a pessimist around these people. It's going to be greener because the economic opportunities are there and because the regulatory structures are changing. It's going to be wetter. It feels weird to say this on a day like today, but it's going to be wetter. Climate change means more rainfall. It means more sunshine too, but it means more rainfall. So we're just going to have to get used to that. I happen to have bought a very old house. It's 200 years old. And I just discovered there's a well. Wetter, more rain, man owns well. Oh dear, because it's in the basement. No, really it is. I was like, what's that? It's a well, Stephen. Okay. It's also slower. In the University of Limerick, like all other public sector bodies, we have to produce a sustainability plan. And we have, and it's a really ambitious one. Our president, Kirsten May, is really passionate believer in this. And what she's really got us to do is to start thinking about implementable activities for each individual academic today. So we're not really required to do it, but we're doing it anyway. And one of the things that we're talking about is slower travel. You go into conferences, travel more slowly. I thought that my colleagues would be absolutely against this. Oh no, we can't get them to get in the plane now. It's awesome. I'm going to give some lectures in Wales pretty soon, and I haven't taken a ferry in like 15 years. I'm going to go because it's greener. So I think it's going to be greener and slower. And then finally, and I can't stress this enough, it's going to be similar. The longer we spend talking about the future, the more we fall into the utopia, dystopia. It's going to be Arnold Schwarzenegger with a bag of guns, or it's going to be, some like la Star Trek nonsense. It's not. It'll be, people will still sit on chairs, they will still get married, they will still philander, there will still be funny shows on the TV. Maybe it won't be a TV, but there'll still be funny shows. Kids will grow up. Everyone will think the last generation is absolutely useless. Everyone will think the next generation hasn't got a clue and has it too easy. Secula secularum. These words are written on the walls of Pompeii, ladies and gentlemen. They'll be written on this as well. It'll be similar. If I can give you one book to read, it is this. It's called Where is My Flying Car? And it's a history of how science fiction writing informed technological development today. So flying cars, artificial intelligence, people eating pills, living on the moon, all that stuff. It's really interesting. And it's why, if you want to learn about artificial intelligence, you should read sci-fi writers. Don't listen to computer scientists. I love computer scientists. They're great people. They happen to have weird opinions about many things. But they're not the people to think about this, because they're very focused on that I'm going to solve this little technical problem thing. Engineers are the people who create the future. They're the people who make stuff. So I'm a huge fan of them. But if you want to see the biggest picture, read sci-fi writers. They're certainly better writers than engineers, to be fair, as well. So cannot recommend this book enough. Brilliant book. Certainly one of my books of the year. But let's talk about how you get there. The first and most important is renewable energy dominance. So the idea is we dominate our renewable energy system, our energy system with renewables. It's just dominant. It's just the only thing we do. I love this image, by the way. I went on to DALL-E, which is like ChatGPT, but for images, and I said, show me some images of turbines spinning off the west coast of Ireland. And this is what it produced. What's really interesting about this is this could be anywhere, but they look kind of similar. Electric transportation. One of my colleagues at the University of Limerick, Dr. James Green, has an amazing project getting people to use e-bikes. Sounds really simple, but he said, look, use an e-bike, give it a week, at the end of the week, give it back to me. And if you like it, we'll give you a discount for a new e-bike. I think he thought that he would get 100 people to agree to this. Dr. Green got 1,000 people to agree to this. Everybody wants to have a go at this. E-bike sales have exploded. I know this because the 6'2" Avenger-shaped 17-year-old, my son, works in the bike shop. And they can't keep them things on the shelves. So electric transportation is going to happen. We just listened to that amazing presentation about HGVs and making them more sustainable. Sustainable buildings. So I'm a leader of two projects called Positive City Exchange and Smart Lab. Both of these look at how to make buildings smarter. Positive City Exchange looked at creating positive energy districts in Limerick. Limerick and Trondheim in Norway are two of the lighthouse cities in Europe in creating more energy than they use in their buildings. It's pretty cool to see. But one of the speakers previously was talking about the regulatory difficulties that you encounter when you want to do anything. I challenge anyone to maintain sanity while trying to stick a turbine into the Shannon. Who owns the Shannon? Very complicated question. I thought I knew the answer. I was wrong. And it took a lot longer than we thought. The project is coming to the end of its 6-year lifespan in October of 2023, and we think we're going to stick the turbine into the sea about 6 months after it. So it took quite a while to get right. The second project is called Smart Lab. What's cool about Smart Lab, it's just sticking a simple energy and particulate sensor into people's homes, monitoring their energy usage using a LoRaWAN mesh network, and then when it's finished, reporting back their energy usage to the monophone. That's it. Oh, there's one other thing. It gives you a weather forecast. So it says, oh, Steve, I see you switched on the immersion at 8:30 in the morning yesterday. Well, you don't need to tomorrow because it's going to be a sunny day. Leave it off. Turn it on at 9:30. That's all. Simple, real-time behavioral feedback. Result, 100 households and businesses got these sensors. 68 of them are currently generating data, and they're already saving money on their electricity bill And they're already contributing to a decarbonized world. That's really cool, because what it shows you is when people have real-time data that they can action, they do action that. They change the behavior, they make things better. It's not rocket science, folks, but it does show that these are very useful ways of thinking. In Limerick, we have something called a Citizen Innovation Lab. And it's basically just a big white box in the middle of the Limerick city, and we use it to do all kinds of experiments with people, getting them to think about how to create energy communities together, how to band together to purchase cheaper light bulbs, how to write residents association terms of reference that include sustainable, just transitions. I was really chuffed to hear that the idea of justice and equality, but most importantly equity, is coming into this. We're going to have a carbon neutral economy because we don't have any other choice. It is going to force us to change. I'm part of a group called Natural Capital Ireland, and we just finished a project called InCase, where we were trying to value biodiversity. So if you cut down a forest, the basic economic statistics say that your GDP will rise because you can sell the timber. However, you're destroying biodiversity. So we had to come up with like interesting prices for things like a bee. How much is a bee? If you have to buy a bee, how much would it be? How much would you pay for a single bee? It's not a rhetorical question, I'm literally asking, like, how much? You pay a $5 for a bee? You pay a $5 for a single bee? I have some bees I want to sell you. You pay a $5? It's about 25 cents per bee, which is still quite a lot for a bee, you know, but they're important little fellows. Circular economy, actually female, but anyway, circular economy, very important, very important. There's a movement called the degrowth movement, and it's a really interesting movement because it's got a really good idea at the core of it, and the idea is that we should live within our planetary boundary, which is like kind of obvious. At one level, it's a bit like saying 2 + 2 = 4. Like, I don't really have a choice not to do that. I can't be like, no, I'm totally going to exceed it. No, you cannot, you know, you just can't. So there's this idea called degrowth. Terrible title. They don't actually mean they want the economy to shrink. Because if they do that, what they're saying is that we want everybody to stay as wealthy as we are today, which means we never generate the resources to fight climate change, and the poor people stay poor, and people like Will just won't do it. What they should have called it is, we're just going to make things a bit fairer for people. And it's not a bad idea, but it's all based on the circular economy. The final issue is about community engagement. You don't do things in Ireland against a community. If you try, they will respond. And we see that in many different ways. Communities in Ireland are very, very, very resilient. And here I have a lot of direct experience. The village in which I live started in 464 people in 2002. And it has 4,500 people today. Property developers just built a bunch of housing estates, then all went bust. And then there were no services for anybody. So we've been building a community centre in the middle of this village, 6-acre site. We built a 3G pitch for people to play on. And we built a skate park, and we did 2 different playgrounds. We built a running track, which nobody ever runs around, annoyingly. And then we're just about to finish this giant community centre, which has a medical centre and a big, like, basketball court thing. There's a gym in it, there's a cafe. It's awesome. There's a childcare facility. It's really, really awesome. But what's been fascinating is listening to people asking questions of us, the board of management of this thing called Maroowood Park, saying, like, what's it going to be used for? And we're like, whatever you want. It's yours. What? Well, what do you mean? It's like, well, just what do you want? We want a bandstand. Okay, where do you want to put it? Well, there's no space. Well, okay, we can't do that. We want tennis courts. Okay, we don't have space. What do most people want? a pitch. Fine, pitch. Then we built it based around community engagement, just going out and talking. And what's been really, really interesting about that is, because we're locals, and they can't, well, I'm not, obviously, but the majority of the group are locals, and I've been there for hundreds of years. There's a trust there. And there's something about doing things, assuming trust and not assuming trust. You get a lot more done faster. And that is how we're going to actually change it. And so one of the things about the Citizen Innovation Lab that's really interesting to me is that it's really built on this idea of participative action. You, the citizen, choose. And that's very, very, very powerful. It's very big because it's a way to engage with trust. So I want to talk about abundance now. Economics is all about scarcity. You don't have enough stuff. You have to choose. Gin and tonic or a beer? You know, why not both? No, that's how to end up in pain. He says, tempting fate. No, so the thing to do is to see that the future is an abundant one. We're already seeing this. What is our national debate about? What are we going to do with the 65 billion extra quid? What a moment to be Irish, because we don't have any idea how to do this. The Minister for Finance has no idea how to do this. None of the officials, there's the character of Pascal Dunner, like, I only have a certain amount of money. Not true. You have all the money in the world. 12 extra billion quid. Our problem now is to find value for money projects to do stuff. And people are coming up with all kinds of harebrained schemes. And it's cool to listen to because they're ideas about doing things with abundance. In a world of abundance, you just have better and better choices, which is kind of anti-economical. But it's kind of amazing to listen to because some of the stuff is truly crazy and some of it is amazing. So there was a proposal for a sovereign wealth fund, just a big savings account basically, to cope with biodiversity. Just pay people not to use stuff. It's a pretty good idea. Could work really well. It needs vast amounts of private sector involvement, of course, but it could work. It's not a bad idea. People say, oh, well, abundance, it just sounds a bit crazy. Well, look, this is from the Shannon Estuary Task Force. So this is a group of people brought together under the auspices of the government to develop offshore wind energy in near Foynes, the west coast. Now, the way to read this, okay, so if you're an economist and you're looking at this, the first thing you do is, you see these nicely, smoothly adapting lines? Don't trust that. Don't trust it. I'm not saying don't trust the estimates. I'm just saying the world doesn't look like that, right? Look at the high scenario. 30 gigawatts of power. 30 gigawatts of power, right? In less than 30 years. That's incredible. And we think we're going to use, 25 maybe? On the best, this is the best scenario. This is us using all the stuff. That's class. That is us exporting power to the rest of the world and making a fortune off it. I was talking to the budgetary committee in the Oireachtas last week, and I was saying to them, what are you doing to prepare yourself for all the money that's going to come? And they were like, what? What do you mean? Where is this money? It's like, it's off the coast of the west of Ireland. They're like, what? So you stick the Eiffel Tower into the ground, you plug it in, and then you charge somebody. And they were like, does that work? I was like, yeah, it's very good. Works great. We just have to get out of our own way. So this is it's a pretty cool model, but it's a consultant's model. No offense to consultants, love them, great people. Most of my students, they're doing great work. I love them. But this is marketing. You know it because there's color. If you want to read a report, I read every report in the same way. Go to the back, read the index, Look at the thing that's most in the report. Read those pages. You save yourself a lot of time. Look for the most boring thing you can find. That's typically where the truth is. It's typically in the most boring place. So I think we're going to get to the low scenario. 10 gigawatts. And we're going to use 5, which means we sell 5. And let's say we don't really even get 10, because, it's a mess. Let's say we only get 7.5. We're still selling 2.5. That's pretty good. What's going to happen to the price of electricity in the future? I think it's going to be great. I really do. Abundant energy. Abundant energy. This is where the wealth comes from. In every economic textbook I ever studied, the first thing it says was, Ireland is a country with no natural resources apart from the skill and talent of its people. Now 62% of people under 40 have an undergraduate degree, and we have the second best offshore wind in the world. Not bad. Abundant energy and abundant intelligence. I'm a big believer that we're going into an era of genuinely incredible advances in technology that's going to make our lives better and create economic growth for everyone, not just the rich. Okay. Now that's the future. I want to take you to the past. In 1879, the great economist Francis Edworth talked about hedonic calculus, hedonism. You all know what hedonism is. I'm sure you're looking forward to a bit of it after this, right? I don't know. Do environmentalists drink to excess? Perhaps not. I'll have a quinoa. Yes, a quinoa. Is that a cocktail? No, it's not. Okay, so pleasure. The idea of pleasure, maximizing pleasure. Okay, so this is the idea. It's from the 19th century, and it's an incredibly powerful idea that the goal of life is to maximize pleasure and make happiness happen. And there are measures like gross national happiness that have happened all the time. It's really cool. Okay, the goal of life is preferable feeling. Okay. So this is what economists thought the world looked like. You started off when you were 18, and if the maximum happiness was 5, minimum was 1 or 0, you'd kind of peak at about 50, and then you'd go off and die. C'est la vie. Bye-bye. That's the theory. This will shock you, ladies and gentlemen. The economists were absolutely wrong. This is what happiness looks like. This is a chart of happiness. Hands up here who's 48. That was awesome. That was incredible. I have noticed, I've been lecturing for years, and I have noticed that men and women put their hands up in different ways. Men are like, women are like. It's a very interesting comment. That was amazing. That was maybe one of the best ones I've ever seen. And I've seen thousands, so fair play to you. Okay, happiness, basically, self-reported happiness measures decline until you hit about 52. Who here is 53? Well, shit is going to be amazing for you. Look at this. Look at this. Whew. And it's not just happiness. We report it across. We report this across every measure. Every measure. Stress, anxiety, worry, fear. It's the same thing. You hit about 45, you go, it'll be grand. The only reason I know this, by the way, is I'm turning 45 this year. And one of my colleagues studied this, was like, best of luck, bro. And this is very well validated, by the way, and there's loads of data at the back of these slides to kind of back it up. Okay, happiness. There's Ireland up there, at the very top. This is 20 years of data. We're one of the happiest places in the world, which would surprise you if you listen to Joe Duffy on the way up, as I did. Jesus, Joe. I still remember the guy, I'm disgusted. Yeah, it was the best one. I'm disgusted, Joe. And he was. In fairness to him, he was disgusted. So anyway, Ireland, very happy place. You can see other countries where there have been shocks. The measure does work. Okay. Now, fair play to the surveyor rocket into like Haiti and be like, "How happy are you?" You know, there's a commitment to data collection I've never ever had. So it's there. There is a gap in gender, by the way. Women generally less happy than men, unless they're very happy, in which case they're the happiest. You're looking at depression, the daily US tracker, males far lower than females. The same, depression levels drop after 55 or so, and you can see the males and females really jumps up then afterwards. Life satisfaction for women jumps after 56. Hands up here who's 56 and a woman. Did you just point at her? You're great, Nick, for 56. Fair play to you. Okay, so you can see here, and you can see once the men start dying off, by the way. It's pretty incredible, folks. It's pretty incredible. It's pretty incredible. So it's grayer, but it's happier. That's not a bad thing. Final slide. All of the research that we've done across 40 countries, across almost 170,000 people, says that what you really need to be happy is to be free from fear. Freedom from fear means a state where if you get sick, you don't go bankrupt. If your child needs something, the state helps you. If you're in an accident, there's a healthcare system to mind you. And the thing that reduces systematic fear is the state. The state is going to get larger in the next 30 years. The debate we're all going to have in the next 10 years is how to pay for that thing. And the answer is by all of you having great ideas, making things from them, selling those things, getting rich, paying tax. That's the answer. It's not hard. And we're going to get there. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Leave. Just get off the stage.
Yeah, you can stay if you want. But,
no, I'm fine.
Thank you so much, Professor Kinsler.
Thank you.
I have lots of questions, but we're hoping you're staying for the networking receptions.
I'll be around, yeah. Thank
great.
you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will answer one of your questions. You asked if environmentalists drink to excess. And as an environmentalist, I feel I can speak for this, but we have to cope with the climate science. So yeah, that is one. Thank you very much. So I'm going to wrap this now because I know we're all keen to get to the networking reception, and hopefully those of you taking the train back will join us because there's still a few trains back to Dublin this evening. I want to thank all of you for your attention, your comments, your enthusiasm. Of course, we need to thank the Tullamore Court Hotel for hosting today. They did an excellent job organizing and making us all feel welcome. Midlands Radio was here all day reporting from here and did great coverage. Angela Duffy, David Scanlon, and particularly Alan Costello at Resolve Partners organized all of this. Amazing job. Most importantly, they kept me organized, so I'm very grateful to them. And of course, Board Nimona for their support and engagement today in this event, and also to the support of the Accelerate Green program as a whole, which I think is a really great story and something we should all be proud of. I didn't get to give a shout out to Kiva Donnelly, the Chief Sustainability Officer of the CIE Group, and Heidi Hopper, the Irish Rail Sustainability Coordinator, who were both on the Sustain train along with a few startups. And so thank you to them for kicking the day off really well. If you hadn't noticed, the lanyard badges are plantable, so you can plant these in your garden, and there is Irish wildflower seeds in the badge. If you don't want your badge, give it to me. I have a whole garden that I'd happily use these for, but a great little take-home gift. And then for the actual lanyard itself, there's big buckets outside. You can put them in, and we'll go ahead and reuse them. So finally, I get to announce the Accelerate Green Conference Fund winner, the 10,000 euros going from Board Nimona to an action that you voted for. And the winner is the owl nesting boxes and bat roosts. So yeah, it won by, thank you. won by 57%. So that's 10 owl nesting boxes and 45 bat roosts that will be installed over the coming weeks to provide beautiful, safe places for these species in the re-wetted boglands. So an excellent endeavor we can all be proud of that we contributed to that when we see them. So thank you again, and the networking reception is out here and of course out in the garden, and we really hope you'll stay for that, and it'll be a great way to end the conference. Thanks so much.